Okay, welcome everyone. Today is Tuesday, January the 5th, 2021. This is a Board of County Commissioners for Pitkin County work session. I'm in the office with Grassroots and staff, Terry Henderson, and we have zooming in from home. We have Steve Child, we have George Newman, Kelly McNicholas Curry, Craig Newman. I just made you a combo like CCI did, Craig Postman. And we have our newest who will be taking office next Tuesday. Francie Jacober is joining us. We also have multiple staff members. So Steve, I'm going to turn the meeting over to you.
Okay, thank you, Patty, and welcome to 2021, a new year. Let's see, first on our agenda this afternoon, we have a discussion of a resolution approving an IGA with Garfield County Sheriff's Office to house inmates. And let's see, we had Alex Burchetta there a minute ago. Now he's left the screen. And Kim Valario, I'm not sure if Kim or Alex, which one of you was going to carry this discussion.
So I actually think it's probably going to be Alex.
There's Alex back.
Hi, everybody. Sorry about that. We're just having some technical difficulties with the link for Sheriff DeSalvo's right now. We're just working through one quick thing. Let me just hop on with Joe just really quickly so I can facilitate getting that link working.
Okay.
In the meantime, can I actually share my screen since I have a small presentation? Is that okay with everybody?
Yes, please do, Alex.
Can everyone see everyone see that?
Yes, we can.
Perfect.
Guys, how are you?
Hi, Joey.
How are you guys? Oh, so I only got two. I was hoping to see Commissioner Newman here so I could give him my best.
Yeah, George is here.
I'm here, Joey.
Oh, hi, George. Welcome to I guess this is our final meeting together, huh?
It is, unfortunately.
Well, thank you for everything you've done for us over the years.
Thanks, Joey.
So I guess we'll get started on what looks like Alex's presentation that I hope you guys can see. I'd like to give you a brief history of how we got here and the current state of the facility, which I'm really going to rely heavily on Jody to fill in some of the blanks when we talk about where we've come or where we are right now. As I told you in my budget presentation, the jail is in need of some real repairs and overhauls. I think it was maybe 4 years ago, Jody, we did like a lipstick on a pig type thing. We put some new carpet and paint and things like that in the jail, but frankly, it's still what I would consider in the modern day a substandard facility for the types of inmates we're now getting. I think the jail was opened in 1984, and when we opened it was the first year I started the Aspen Police Department, and I remember hearing that it was built to be a community jail, and I think the definition of that is that life inside the jail was supposed to reflect life outside the jail in our community. Because we were getting short sentences. I think that back then a 90-day sentence was considered a very long sentence. And we're just not seeing that anymore. So in that community jail for 30 or 60 or 90 days, we wanted life to be as normal as possible for people. We had contact visits, which basically were allowed anytime anyone wanted to see their family. They were allowed in to see them at the jail. There was no real organized, separation, and believe it or not, contraband back then was not a problem. I don't know why we were more civilized then, or, maybe, the drugs and alcohol, et cetera, weren't much of a problem. But, we just weren't seeing, we were seeing low-level offenders, and I'm talking people who may be in for DUIs or domestic assault. Occasionally, we would have an inmate that was, transferred to us from another facility who, you know, we would have to say, this guy is not our run-of-the-mill inmate, and have to treat him significantly different, or her, because of their profile. Well, I've got to say, in the last 10 to 15 years, we've definitely seen a different inmate that comes into our facility. Not only the career criminal type, but we're also seeing people with severe mental health issues. And because of that, we've had some incidences in the jail too that were tragic, and some other ones that could have been. I hate to remind you, but we did have a suicide in our jail. We had another incident where 2 inmates had sex with each other for quite a long time, and that's a product of many things. It's a product of us still trying to run a community jail when we shouldn't have been. We were intermingling male and female inmates, and 2 people took advantage of that. Long story short, it was consensual, but when we're missing inmates for an hour or 2 and they're basically having conjugal sentences, we just couldn't do that. So now we have strong separation between female and male inmates, and it's really, I don't think, conducive to the population at all. If you're a female inmate, you are segregated and locked down for, and Kim will fill in the blanks, could be an hour or 2 at a time, and then we swap. Men get locked down, and women get to come out, and they get to mingle in the multi-purpose rooms. So it's not really the ideal situation that I would want my sister or brother, if God forbid they were in our jail, to be treated like that. So I just think that from the way we treat human beings, I think we're not doing the job we can because of the condition of the jail. We also have a lot of problems with the facility itself, and one of the biggest problems we've had over the years is inmates, you know, I'm going to be blunt as I always am. Some inmates, when they get sentenced or spend time in jail, their main goal is to screw with the system. And how they screw with the system is doing things like clogging our toilets, clogging the big drains, breaking windows. They just find ways to screw with us. And unfortunately, one of the bigger problems we've had is they take their uniforms or bits and pieces of their uniforms, put them in our toilets, and clog them up. Now, I think most of major facilities now have what I think I could describe as a gigantic garbage disposal. So when stuff gets into the pipe, it gets ground up, and it really never gets a chance to clog. I don't think we have such a thing, Jody, from when the jail was built. Am I right? Okay. I don't think we have a grinder, and that's...
Yeah, Joe, that's correct.
Sorry.
And just to note on that, you know, the plumbing problems that we've had over the years, Jody Smith, facilities director, we have looked at placing a grinder in the system, but it's just not capable the way that the building and the sewer lines and the infrastructure are all set up at this point. So with that, I'll turn it back over.
Am I here?
We can see you, Joe.
Oh, okay, I just was, so with that, we've had so many problems in the jail, and frankly, I am afraid that we're getting to the point where, the jail is just no longer, a safe facility for the people that are being housed there. So we hatched a plan, and I may be jumping around a little bit because I just moved back to my office. As you can see, I'm on a golf course now. And, so I decided that we need to make some changes at the jail. And, we hired a company called Wold, who came in and they assessed our jail, what was right with it and what was wrong with it. And we did not really get a great grade when it comes to the jail. And once again, I'll let Jody fill that in as far as what Wold had said. But we needed to do something immediately, and one of our plans that we want to talk about today with you is moving our inmates to the Garfield County Jail. I think this will be a safer move for them. It will be inconvenient for us. We have had meetings with Sheriff Valerio, and he is on board with the idea. So our population moved from, I would say, 7 to 8 inmates up to 20 at a time. Right now, I think 20 would overload the facility. The other thing I must tell you about, there are some new judges' orders that are coming down that are having us keep DUIs until they see the judge. So in other words, if we arrest 3 DUIs on Friday night, those 3 people sit in a holding cell like you would see on TV, and one on top of each other for 3 days until they see the judge. And I really think that is not humane treatment from my perspective. So with those cases, now we just don't have holding cells that are adequate enough for those people that are coming in on those DUI wait to see judge mandates. So with that, we're talking about moving the inmates to Garfield County. The discussion that we've had, and just to put this all together for you, is do we spend $1 million to $2 million to make basic repairs on the jail, knowing that it probably needs a total overhaul, which could be in the multiple tens of millions of dollars to get it fixed. That means either remodeling the current jail, tearing it down, building a new one. I mean, these are all extreme edges of the spectrum, but I can tell you what we have now is really not feasible. So before I get into the Garfield County facility, if Jody, could you give us a breakdown of Wold and what they found that's right and what's wrong with the jail, and the approximate costs of the 2 programs, the incremental approach and the overall approach?
So thank you, Joe. Alex, can you go back on your slides for the 4 areas that we've broken this down into? Jody Smith, Facilities Director again. Thank you for allowing me to participate today. I don't know if everybody knows this, but I was hired in 1998 or 89, and my first job was inside the jail as a 911 dispatcher, and I spent 6 years full-time in that comm center, ultimately becoming the facilities manager and director. So I've been involved in the jail for many years. I've watched it change and morph, and yeah, Joe is absolutely correct in the piecemeal about how this jail has become what it is today. Is my internet still okay?
Yes, Jody, you're still with us. You're fine.
Yes, okay. So, great. Thank you. So, yes, and I'm just going to kind of give a recap of some of the things that we've had to deal with just over the years. Yes, the vandalism, but more so in code changes that have applied and life safety changes that have applied to this facility, where we've had to meet some ADA requirements. We've done a Band-Aid. We thought we did what best we could just a few years ago, and that's already become obsolete. It's not meeting the demands, and so we'll have ADA requirements that need to come in with the WOLD report. We have an old and outdated lock system, so the security is really antiquated, and as is a lot of that hardware. I know my people get called in to work on that occasionally. You know, we did move the 911 center out of there, and that resulted in we had an injury of an employee who had a back injury trying to help a wheelchair-bound employee up to the dispatch center. So, and that booking area still remains non-compliant for ADA if we ever did have an employee. And then, you know, the CO sensors that had to be fire sprinkler, the Supermax had to be implemented and separated out. And we continue to have problems with that. The jail did become the boiler and chiller plant for the campus. So we have a boiler system in the basement of the jail. It's state of the art. It does run the courthouse and the jail, and the chiller on the roof. There's actually 6 chillers on that roof to accommodate the piecemeal that has happened over the years. We have the main chiller, and then we have a data center chiller of the courthouse as well. So it is a mixed bag, and a lot of that equipment is up for replacement. So we've been holding off on that. Yeah, and then with the new remodeled Sally Port for the jail connection that unfortunately happened, we went out and did some safety audits. We ended up hiring WOLD to break down the scope of work. We wanted them to focus on critical life safety for the building occupants, address issues that pose risk to the security in the facility, the officers. And then 3 was operational improvements and long range. What we did is we just had our first kickoff meeting last month. So we plan to have all of our priority 1 and 2 issues addressed with a price. They think it's, I think, $1.2 million, if I remember right. Alex, you might remember, but anyway, so that's our focus. And then concurrently, we've hired them to have a second track that really looks at the long-range opportunities and the operational improvements. That's kind of more of a schematic exercise. We have critical life safety, and then WOLD is working on this other track to tell us whether or not we even have the right footprint. We even have the ability to use the existing structure based on operational needs long-term, so that when we do get to the point of before the Band-Aid, we can report back to you to say, this is what our findings and the cost is, and here's what operationally long-term the space, the needs, the adjacencies that need to happen for the sheriff and their operations along with the court. So that's kind of where we're at right now. We expect to have a full report on both. I think it was supposed to be maybe June or July. We want to have that ready and presented to you so that you guys can make some decisions if we do need to go to a funding mechanism to figure out what that looks like in the future. Joe, did that answer the question?
Yeah, Jody and Alex, if you could go back to the photo slide of the booking room, please. If you could see in the area to the right, Commissioners, that's what we would call a booking room. That is probably the only booking room in the country that looks like that. Most of them are secure area where people are looking through glass that almost has one of those movie theater things in it. In the last few years, several of my deputies, we've been talking a lot about inmates. I think we need to talk about employee security. Some of my deputies have been assaulted right behind that desk. There is absolutely nothing that keeps an inmate from running behind there and assaulting a deputy. In the last year, we had somebody take one of those computer screens and assault the deputy with them. That is about as archaic as a booking room gets in the 21st century right now. You could see all the things around there that inmates have access to, because to our right, as we're looking at that photo, is the cell area. So when an inmate needs to go to court or do laundry or do whatever, they walk by that desk, and that's when opportunities for bad things happen. When inmates are brought in from the outside, fresh from society, they sit right across from that desk as if we were at this perspective. And these people are usually in bad moods, and they act out at the person at that desk. It's been like this since inception, and that's probably one of the places that my deputies are most at risk, is that booking area. So when we talk about a phased approach, this would probably be the most important thing on the list. Then we might move to the work release. I'd also like to share with you that one of my grand visions is there's a space in the jail now that used to be the communication center. They moved to North 40 and they left us that space. It would be a dream of mine if we made that a alcohol, mental health wing that is separate and different conditions than what might be inside the jail. I think it would still be jail-like, but probably a little more sympathetic to those with mental health and drug and alcohol needs. So, I mean, that is way down the road, but I do see the opportunity for that building to solve some other bigger community issues with mental illness and drug and alcohol addiction. If we could move on, Alex, from the last screen that we were at, I think we'll be at, so the Garfield County Jail, and please interrupt me with any questions. I don't need formality to wait till the end. So we visited the Garfield County Jail, at least I did when it first opened. It was an impressive facility. They actually were in a position, for those who remember, that the ACLU got involved in their old facility, which is almost Bastille-like, and the ACLU ordered them to build a new jail, and through many lawsuits, and that's why we now have the 225-bed facility in Glenwood Springs. They are not using 225 beds. I think they're using about 125 beds at this time, and they have classifications for minimum, medium, and maximum inmates, which is also good. You don't want your worst offenders mingling with your least offenders because they're vulnerable and bad things could happen. They have separate female units, 24-hour medical care, which is similar to what we have. They have 18 programs offered, and we could go into those in detail compared to the 7 that we have. It should be noted that right now I don't think there's a jail in the state that's running programs with COVID. They're not letting ministers come in from the outside or AA or anything like that. And I don't know, maybe Kim could shed some light on when that might be. So, as I said, I visited that jail when it was first opened. We went down this fall to look at it. I have to tell you, it is an impressive facility. I think Garfield County is getting a bad rap in these conversations about the jail, and I don't know where that's emanating from, but I could tell you it's not true. The facility is significant significantly better than what we're housing our inmates in right now. It is so clean because they ask their inmates to clean the facility daily. Yes, Greg?
Yeah, thanks, Joey. I appreciate what you're telling us. I'm just looking at the description in our agenda, and it just says, Sheriff Valario has verbally agreed to assist you and house inmates for a limited time frame until a future path is determined. How confident are you that, given the, accepting this arrangement, do we have a deal with him? And is it pretty clear, is it something we can count on as we go forward with these deliberations?
Great question. I do have an answer. We have a IGA that's been drafted because another jail in Colorado, I believe it was La Plata, they did the same thing. So we took their IGA and went over it with the Garfield County attorneys. They then shipped it up to our attorneys, and they're looking at that agreement. I think this board needs to direct John Ely, if we get to that, to review that IGA. What the IGA says, Greg, is that Sheriff Valario will take our inmates for a minimum of 3 years, as long as there's a plan for us to move. He's not willing to take us indefinitely. He'll take our inmates as long as we have some kind of roadmap that's going to show we're trying to improve things up here and just not use his jail in perpetuity. So if that answers that question, I think 3 years is probably the beginning number. Clearly, if we're in a construction project and I think we're a year away, I think Sheriff Valario would extend any agreements we have with them. But when you have a 225-bed facility, this is not really a big impact to your programs.
Great, thanks, Joey. I look forward to seeing the IGA.
Yeah, and that's with John Ely right now. I know him and the Garfield County attorney will probably play ping pong with that for a while. But it's been done in other places. I think we could do it now. So when we went,
just to add on to that real quick, part of this work session today is to bring the board up to speed on the work that the Sheriff's Department has been doing, and then frame up any questions or such that may need to be addressed in the IGA as it goes forward to be able to give the Attorney's Office direction. Thanks, Joe. Sorry to interrupt.
No, anytime. Kelly, please go ahead.
Oh, George and then Kelly.
Okay.
Yeah, obviously, as you mentioned, Joey, the county would have to put together a strategic plan in terms of how to address the current infrastructure and decide how and where funding would come from. But during the interim, if it's up to 3 years, what happens? How would you utilize the current staffing?
Great question, George. Thanks for prompting me on the answer. The majority of time would probably be spent moving our inmates back and forth from Garfield County to Pickens County for court. We would still have what I would say would be a 24 to 36-hour holding facility for those DUIs and things like that, domestic violence arrests, things that you may have to see the judge for the next morning. We clearly wouldn't ship those people down and bring them up. So we would still have a portion of the jail, and we're hoping it could be eventually the newly remodeled section with a better booking area and stuff, where we could manage those short-term inmates that would be 24 to 48 hours max. I don't think we would have anyone in there more than 48 hours.
Kelly?
Thanks. Happy New Year to everybody. Good to see you all. Gosh, I have loads of questions here, so I'm not sure I'll fire them all out at once. I'll just start, I guess, with some basics. So just to clarify here, you did clarify a little bit about whether we're talking about everyone. So if we're talking about anyone who possibly would be housed in the jail would move. And I guess in my mind, I sort of put them in three groupings, and please correct me because I have to say this is an area where I lack any expertise, and probably don't use the right terminology, and, you know, just am very, just acknowledge, you know, my sort of my novice level of knowledge here.
Well, there's a first for everything, Kelly, because I know you're very sharpened up on most things. So this is the first time I've come across something that you're new at. So this is good for me.
Oh, thanks. I've never been arrested. I'll just say that. But so I guess for me, are we talking about, because I look at like you, as you said, people who have, you know, are being held, maybe not have been charged yet. You know, so that's sort of one grouping. Another grouping of like pretrial inmates, so people who have charges against them but maybe have not yet been convicted, and then people who've been convicted of crimes in what I understand to be like Pickens County District Court, where they would be held in Pickens County Court, as opposed to some higher level of charge that would transfer them to Department of Corrections or some other jail. So one, am I understanding that correctly? And then are we talking about moving all of those groupings of inmates to Garfield County?
I think the short answer is yes. If you're going to be with us longer than 48 hours, you would be in Garfield County. The majority of the people in our jail right now are pre-trial holds. Those are people who can't bond out or don't want to bond out, and they're just waiting their trial, and that could take years. Other people are sentenced and on appeal. That could take a long time. And then there are groups of people that are sentenced to Department of Corrections and waiting a bed, which usually doesn't take as long as we think. But, you know, I think I said it in my budget presentation. What we're seeing now is these inmates that are, quote, killing their numbers in county jails. So in other words, Kelly, if you know you're going to be convicted or you're going to take a plea bargain, and you know you're going to get 6 years in jail or Department of Corrections, the best thing to do is stay here for as long as you can. And some of these guys wait till the last minute after a year of being incarcerated, change attorneys, and it starts the process all over. They may get another year in county jail, and that just keeps them out of Department of Corrections. When they finally get sentenced, they may only end up doing a year or two in Department of Corrections instead of the whole 6 years. So that's been a very popular thing that inmates have been doing lately. Then we have the mental health component of it. We had a senior female a few years ago that was with us for almost 2 years, just constantly working the mental health aspect of this. And those are the things that are just clogging up our jail. So those people would now be in Garfield County.
So then I guess I'm wondering if, you know, would moving, you know, a segment of the population, or I guess what I'm thinking of as one of these three buckets, help alleviate space and resources to be able to retain, you know, the other buckets of people in our jail, you know, whether it's people who've been convicted in Pickens County for a crime as opposed to a higher level crime, or whether it's for, you know, being able to hold people longer if they need to be over a holiday weekend before seeing a judge or something. You know, rather than, I guess, moving, what's the trade-off as opposed to moving everybody rather than moving select populations to be able to continue to house a certain portion of our inmate population in the county?
Well, even if we chose to do that, Kelly, I still have to point out that the facility is still not a safe facility for inmates. I think there are a lot of ways that inmates, even the low-level ones, could hurt themselves. And I'm just not sure the four walls are right for anybody any longer. We do have exposed wires. We have cables that are, I mean, there's just so many ways I think somebody could hurt themselves in there. So if you're talking about keeping people here on a 30-day DUI sentence because they're a low-level offender compared to somebody who might be looking at a year before their case even comes up and holding the low-level offender here, I'm just not sure that's right for the inmate any longer. Especially if they're a female, which bothers me more than anything else.
Mm-hmm. I appreciate that. I have more questions. I won't take up a whole lot of time, but I will just ask, you know, has this conversation broadened to include the judges or to include any kind of external jail inmate advocacy groups for their input?
Well, we do meet with the judges, and we have spoken to them about this. Respectfully, the judges, it is out of their hands, but we do take guidance from them. I know both, just today I was on the County Sheriffs of Colorado. We're having our winter conference, and it's virtual. And this conversation came up as far as judges in Colorado, post-COVID, are doing everything they can to keep people out of jail. And our judges are doing the exact same thing. So I think the judges are doing as much as they can to keep people out of jail. And I think that's been helpful. But, you know, I still just got to focus in on the safety and quality of the facility is what we're really looking at. I'll give you an example. I mean, most of our beds are not even screwed down to the ground. It wouldn't be uncommon for somebody to stand that bed on end, so now it's 6 feet in the air, strip their uniform into pieces, and make a ligature where they could place around their neck and hang themselves. We should never have a bed that's not part of the floor, a concrete slab where a mattress stays on. These are things that we don't have and never did have.
Joey, do you have more on your presentation? And if so, maybe we should finish your presentation.
Okay.
A couple questions, and I know we're going to have more discussion here.
So one of the questions I get the most is, will our inmates be treated the same? Will they have the same programming? Will they have the same access to their relatives? Will they be able to visit with their children? Let's go backwards first. Yes, the visitation right now in the jail is all electronic anyway. Nobody gets in the facility anymore. You sit in the room outside in the jail lobby, and you see your loved one through a screen, just like we're doing right now. No touch, no contraband, no nothing. It's been pretty much the state of the art for a few years now. So that won't change as far as people want to visit their family in jail. The program, as you could see with the slide that's up there, they do have a lot more programs down there than we do. Like I said, all inmate program is pretty much on hold until we hear differently from public health. So I don't know when that is absolute cleanliness of it. Is that their inmates walk around in let's just say the minimum security inmates walk around the multi-purpose room. And in that room is a door to the outside where they've got basically a secured area, but they are outdoors. And their inmates could go in and outside anytime that they're free in there. We spend very little time in our jail outdoors. The building I'm in now and that Patty's in has basically consumed the outdoor area for inmates. It used to be in that parking lot, and you would see the guys sunning themselves and hanging out. And that's now almost become a silo. They can see blue sky and fresh air, but that's about it. I think there's more of that available to them in Garfield County. Their food is actually very good. They make it themselves. They have their own kitchen. The inmates do all the food preparation over the oversight of, I believe, a chef that's part of the staff. So I think their food's going to be better. The conditions down there, I just have to really dispel any rumors that we may have heard about Garfield County in itself, the Garfield County Sheriff, and the Garfield County Jail. It's not what we think it is, and actually I was very impressed by it. Any questions so far about that?
Steve, I have a question.
No.
Patty?
Yeah,
Patty, I didn't see you there. Okay.
yeah, you know, Joey, I appreciate this information greatly. I know we've been talking about this for many, many years. We've had concerns about keep putting Band-Aids on the jail. When are we gonna actually fix it? I have asked, and I wanna make sure we keep this in our minds, for a tour. I think it would be wise for us to also see the Garfield County Jail at some point when we can work out the logistics. So we can see if we're gonna be moving people from our jail there. I think we as commissioners who are making the decision should see the facility. So I'm hoping we'll keep that in our minds. I'm looking at Kelly and John for this next year's agendas, to try and see what we can work out. I know COVID creates its own issues, but, you know, maybe there's gonna be a point in time where we can actually make the trip.
That could be arranged.
Thank you, Joey.
Kelly?
Yeah, thanks, Patty. That was on my list. I wonder because I don't get, there seems to be some urgency being requested here, and, you know, our board had set this as a board goal for last year. So I just wonder if it's possible to maybe get a video tour done, you know, for us or of both jails, as opposed to having to wait until it's healthy or COVID accommodations can be sufficiently made. We don't have to make a decision based on that. Yeah, and I mean, I guess I'll just, you know, I'm hearing and absorbing all of this. The only, you know, the level of discomfort I sort of have is just, you know, in this age of discussion related to community policing and our history of trying to be a leader in that way, you know, outsourcing our, you know, our jail responsibilities doesn't align with that. And so while I'm, you know, fully recognizing that we need to come up with solutions, I guess I want to understand a little bit more about the timing of the strategic plan that, like, George referenced, and, you know, what does it look like to get our inmates back into our jail in an expeditious manner?
Kelly, I would agree with you on that. You do feel a sense of urgency. I don't want to lose another person in there. It was very, very difficult on my staff and myself. You just, you know, I've compared it to a babysitter who turns their back for a minute and a little child runs into the street and gets hit by a car. You feel very responsible that you weren't caring for the person. That's happened to me once. I'm not interested in feeling that way again. And not much has changed over there since that. And I never want to put litigation too much in the mix, but we're very fortunate that family did not come after us. But that's a whole nother story. So we're fortunate that we didn't get sued to build a new jail. So that is on my mind. I'm not as concerned. I don't remember when the last time we took the commissioners through on a jail tour. It may have been in the last 4 or 5 years. I don't know if any, George, you might have been the only one on the board at that time, I believe. I think, believe it or yes, and I think Jack Hatfield was still on the board, so that might show you how long ago it was. But that, I'm available to take you on a tour here anytime you want. Then you could compare and contrast the two. But I guess, Kelly, I would ask, what's the alternative to this? I mean, we're really putting our inmates at risk, the county at high liability. What is the alternative if the 5 commissioners went down there and said, this is not what we want for our citizenry? What do we do?
So, Joey, I have a question about the Park County Jail, which I know that we have housed inmates over there before. What is the cost comparison between taking someone to Park County, which probably would be for somebody who's serving a longer term, that we wouldn't have to be falling back and forth to court appearances or something?
Okay, Park County, As I always say, I'm never gonna be anything less than blunt with you guys. Park County is a Bastille. That is a for-profit jail. So for-profit jails usually run with the minimum that they could put in. In other words, the inmate might not get hot meal. They get bowl of cereal and 2 Nutriloafs a day. Nutriloaf is like a Spam type thing you might get with a couple of slices of bread. It's just enough to sustain you minimally. The conditions are not great. We usually send inmates there that are unmanageable because they'll take anybody, where Garfield County might say, we're not interested in an inmate that's going to disrupt our community, so we ship them off to Park County. So it's not really where I would want my brother and sister to live for a long time. It's also real prohibitive for us to get somebody to court here the next day. Sometimes there might be a hearing that might pop up, and these people are 3 hours away, and it might be very difficult to get them back. So it could be an option, but it's really not one I would choose for this community.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Greg?
Yeah, thanks. And Joey, thank you for all this information. I have a high level of confidence in the decision-making process you've gone through to get us to this point. And certainly I still have a lot of questions, but I think we need to solve an immediate problem. And I would be willing to go forward with this plan now. And it sounds as if we need to change something along the way regarding whether it's using Park County more or something else, we would have those options. But I certainly would love to just give you my approval to keep going forward. I think you have my confidence here. The big question that's in my mind is this jail that we have now ever really going to work? And it sounds as if you've got the walled people working on that as well, but it does occur to me that we may want to build a new jail in a different location, and the current location of our jail may actually have a better, higher and better use, as it's called, and it may actually help finance a new jail in a better location where there's more room. And I just wanted to ask if that has or is being considered.
Yeah, Greg, in fact, when I wonder about this, that is really an option that, I've asked Sheriff Broadus several times why we chose to build this downtown, because he did build this jail, and it was out of convenience. I mean, we took a very expensive piece of property and put a jail on it. So I have thought about, and it's for other people to answer, what the resale of this property is, and if we could build a better facility out by the airport or something that makes my operation easier, and we don't have a jail in the middle of town, and the real estate alone may help offset the cost of a new jail. I don't know. I would ask Jody if she has the numbers or the rough numbers. Jody, what's the Mac Daddy for us to replace everything in there, and what's the minimum or the guesswork that we were working off of? If she's still here.
Well, Jody's not on the call anymore, I don't believe.
Okay. I think we were looking at the 20 million or so to rebuild that facility. I think the Band-Aid is at least a couple of million. And I think the Band-Aid might get us back up and running like within a year or so, but it would still be a lot of problems inside. It would basically fix work release in our booking area and not much else.
So Joey, I was thinking along the same lines as Greg, and I'd like to put out a proposal that is thinking, one of my thinking outside the box proposals. What if we traded the city their lumberyard housing project land, or a portion of it, for our jail land that would be right next to Galena Plaza, right next to City Hall? Maybe they could build housing there. And if we have to build a brand new jail, like from scratch, which would mean, instead of totally scraping what we have and starting over, it might be better to start, like Greg suggested, in the ABC area. And that would solve the problem we're having with having affordable employee housing right at the airport at the noisy end of the runway, with poor living conditions there. I'd rather have a jail there with poor living conditions than employee housing. So that's just a thought to consider if we have to rebuild the whole jail from scratch.
Well, I will leave I'll bring you the problems and you could solve them. I'll leave land use up to the five of you when it comes to that.
Kelly?
Yeah, thanks. I've asked John, and I think he asked Joe to circulate the reports that you guys commissioned on jails, just because it's helpful for me to have a really clear understanding of all the deficiencies, and I think the public should understand that as well. You know, I guess I'm leaning towards, you know, if we're going to hold people for 24 to 36 hours, I guess my preference would be to be able to hold them over a long weekend if they need to see a judge, and then accommodate the transfer of the other inmates down to Garfield. And you know, Joe, I really appreciate your framing it of where do you want your, you know, family to be there, because I do have some family that has spent time in jail, and it's really been meaningful to kind of consider their experience when thinking about our neighbors' experience and our community's experience here at our jail. So, you know, I do prioritize immediate safety, and I know we need to make changes. I think where the question I probably didn't ask clearly enough earlier was, you know, what is the plan to rectify? What is the timelines to get this figured out so that we are, you know, judiciously moving forward to, you know, house our inmates in our community, which I see as our responsibility, and which, you know, I think we can do well with changes that we need to make. So I'd like just some more understanding of that. I don't know if Garfield has requested that we be clear about that in the IGA that we agreed to with them. It sounds like, you know, the Garfield County Sheriff has made a similar request. I don't know how detailed we need to be. So I just want to understand, I guess, more comprehensively the commitment that we're making, you know, to not just to keep people safe in the immediate term, but also to solve the problem.
That's a very open-ended question that actually leads to more questions. What the time frame is, I had put an artificial time frame when we started this in the summer of January 15th. Obviously, a lot of things got in our decision-making way, so, you know, that's off the table. So I don't have a new timeline. It would be great if we could now move into February and start thinking about some of these things. Sheriff Valerio, I think, his term is up in 2 years when mine is up. He can only make the deal for the next 2 years, I believe. But he had mentioned he would keep our inmates, as I mentioned before, 3 years. And if, you know, we're 6 months away from completion of whatever project we choose, I think that's not going to be a problem for them to keep them a little while longer. But this just now opens up the new can of worms, Kelly, which is, what do we do next? You know, I remember when we started the process on this building, what we went through and how long it took to build and the processes. And we're just looking, that building would be similar to this one, but, you know, you got to realize when you're talking about detention grade toilets and sinks and beds, it's a whole different animal. It's not like building this office building. So I think Sheriff Valerio he's been great about this, and I think he's flexible on dates and times. I think that would be left to the attorneys. I definitely don't think we need a plan in place before we move inmates, as to what we're gonna do and where we're gonna build, or if we're gonna rehab it or not. I think that could be in the process while we're doing this.
I would just add, I know it was amongst the board's goals for staff to have a plan, frankly, by now. I think by closer to the deadline that Joe was talking about for implementation, that is something that we didn't get done this year. We've worked on alternatives really to buy us time and improve the safety of those who are staying in the jail. Kelly, I think the first critical milestone is completing the WOLD analysis, which would be looking at projections of demand on jail programs that would then serve as the basis for programming for a new jail facility. I don't know if Alex or Joe, we have a timeline from WOLD yet on the programming phase that we've contracted for. That would probably be the first critical milestone.
John, it's Alex. I don't believe we have yet solidified the actual the timeline for that phase.
But we have gone through the selection process and are working through that scope of work now. I would anticipate that if the conclusion of that is building a new facility, as has been discussed here, we would likely have to generate a revenue source to do that, to support bonding for that facility, which would put another year on. I do think 3 years, starting now with our programming assessment, going through any land use, even if they're locations and extent types of processes, and construction is probably a reasonable timeline, with looking for a commitment this year as to vision and direction that we'd be going.
Steve?
And board, I will get with Jody and get you the WOLD, basically binder, as the good, the bad, and the ugly in the jail up to date.
Yeah, and she's going to email that. She has been having internet problems, which is why she's not here now, and the files are pretty big.
So John, Jody's going to email that to the board? Great.
Yes, Joe, yeah.
And guys, please reach out with any questions. There may be some technical details about the facility itself, and I'll make myself available to answer any questions on that.
Okay, we have 2 more questions. George first, then Patty.
Yeah, thanks. Well, I see this as really fortunate that we have the opportunity to have a facility that is so close to the county, that is a newer structure, has more programs, and it should work out well, certainly in the short term, which allows time, a 3-year time frame to allow for some planning and funding. Joey, I'm just looking at the last slide on the screen in terms of budget. Cost per day is $60. Is that a net cost? What I mean is, how much does it cost us now to house? And then how much in additional will it cost to house? And we have quite a different range depending on the number of inmates you're thinking about moving down, up to $500,000. And I'm assuming that's going to have to come out of the general fund.
Yeah, and Alex could jump in when he wants. George, that $60 a day is just inmate cost. That's not our total cost, which is employee cost, facility cost, all that. That $60 a day is just the inmate cost. I asked Alex today what our average inmate cost up here is. Now, when we take into account salary and insurance and all the things it's about 300 a day to keep somebody up here. We're still gonna have to pay, obviously, our employees and do all this, so depending on population, those are the numbers. I would say our running average population is 11 to 15. 24 we reached a bunch of times in the last couple of years, but I think that was a spike. But that is our cost of just housing the inmate. That's what we'll be paying Garfield County.
And I'd also add there would be cost savings that are not reflected on this slide. Oh, look at that. I'll let you go over those.
So Alex, if you want to hit those, please, it would be great.
Sure. This is just a kind of a rough calculation of what the potential cost savings could be. You know, by moving a majority of the inmates down to Garfield County, we would save on meals and laundry costs, the nursing services. Obviously, some of our materials and supplies would go down. And you can see the list. It's all in all, it's about $330,000 based on those numbers. But of course, just like the previous slide with the actual amount it would cost annually it's a moving target based on how many inmates we have, how many people we have that we're doing some of the short-term holding for. But this should give you a rough idea as to what we expect, some of the areas we expect to have some cost savings in.
No, thanks.
Okay, Patty, then
Yeah.
Kelly.
Yeah, I was gonna ask about the financial part of it, so you covered most of it, but, yeah, because we'd still have to be operating our jail for those short-term holds, so we need to kind of bring in those costs too, and the transportation costs are definitely gonna go up by shuttling, inmates back and forth between Garfield County and here. So, you know, I think those are numbers that we need to fine tune when we're looking at how we're gonna fund this, and maybe some opportunities we have for some funding, other than just keep pulling money out of the general fund. So I think that needs to be worked out. I think moving forward with this IGA with Garfield County is critical. I think we need to look at that really on our short-term basis. Now I have my wild card question. Do the Garfield County Commissioners weigh into this at all?
Actually, no, it's almost specifically Lou's decision.
Okay, since we're weighing in, I appreciate that opportunity for us to weigh in, since the funding will come from us. But just let us know if we need to speak with the Garfield County Commissioners, and we'll be willing to try and set that up as best to our ability. So I think that's pretty much, but I think we need to really look at the IGA and getting this moving forward on that aspect, and then look at the long range, the planning process of what we're really going to do for the jail in the future.
Yeah, Patty, I'll try and say this respectfully. The sheriff doesn't have the same relationship that I have with the five of you. It's kind of definitely a separation of power and a little more autonomous down there, and that's not something I would like, just so you all know that. I like our working relationship. But just to throw a little bit of hand grenade into this and maybe start the discussion is, John Peacock, could this be rolled into a public safety tax as part of that? I'm not going to give up on a public safety tax. I'm not going to give up trying with the commissioners for a public safety tax. I think it's a good, stable way for us not to depend on the general fund. But John, is there any way to roll the facility into that as a ballot issue?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, and we obviously would need to have more conversation about, you know, whether we wanted to go out for a bonding question, whether certificates of participation make sense. There'll be a lot of analysis based on what our projections are with interest rates and timelines and those sorts of things. Sometimes COPs are actually financially more. My cat is very much insisting on being in this meeting today, sorry. You know, COPs can be advantageous to take advantage of interest rate conditions that may not be there if you wait for a vote. So, but in terms of the basic revenues, Joe, if we are talking about a new facility, that is going to be a significant sum of money, and it is likely that we would need some additional tax support to make that happen, and that would be part and parcel of a public safety tax.
That would be great to kill two birds with one election.
Okay, Shelley?
Yeah, so I'll just follow up on that point, and then I have another, I guess, comment to make. So, John Peacock, is the Financial Advisory Board scheduled to come before us with any recommendations in the near term?
Yeah, so I think they are, they have definitely looked at the issue of a public safety tax, and we're generally in support of it. I think they also would like to see more information on the programming and exact facility needs to craft a more specific recommendation. So I do think completion of this WOLD study and programming for the jail is really our next critical milestone that we need to complete. So we need to focus on that timeline.
Okay. And then I just would like to offer what, to follow up on Patty's direction, just give a little more specifics for consideration of the board. So I think it would be helpful to either schedule a tour if it's safe to do so and allowable to do so under COVID restrictions, or have, videos of both jail facilities made for our review prior to that, or along with, in tandem, the IGA coming for our approval. And then, I still think, I'd like to see short-term holds be able to accommodate a long holiday weekend for people. I'm not sure if that would be hammered out in the IGA, but I think that's something that the other commissioners might want to weigh on. That's my preference. And then I think we should start scheduling quarterly work sessions on this topic, so that we can really stay on top of the progress of how we're planning for, for these deficiencies. 3 years can sneak up. I know 2 did.
Okay, Greg, did you have, go ahead, Greg.
Yeah, I was just thinking when we're going to engage the Financial Advisory Board to discuss all of this, when you mentioned, Joey, that Garfield County Jail has, it sounds like they must have overbuilt pretty dramatically. If they have 240, is that cells or beds? I don't know how you described it, but if they have all that bandwidth, how eager are they to take our? It sounds like that he doesn't want to take us any longer than necessary, and I understand, but I also just wonder from a financial or an economic standpoint, are they interested in actually using all the space they have down there? And would that be something that should be considered as we make an arrangement with them? As we go forward on what we're going to do, I'm hoping that we're looking at the bigger picture with what they're doing with all the capacity they have in their jail.
Yeah, I wish Kim was on the line right now, but
I'm here.
oh, there you are. So Kim, I don't know if you could feel that. I think, Greg, to answer one part of your question, I don't think they overbuilt. I think at one point they had 150 or so inmates down there. I just think it's a byproduct of maybe our judicial system is filtering people out of jail instead of into jail. So, Kim, if you're there, if you could answer Commissioner Postman's question on our population.
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yes, you're loud and clear.
Okay. So, yeah, I don't know if they overbuilt, but there was a time back in around 2008 that the facility in Garfield was actually full and almost overcrowded. They were housing some Department of Correction inmates, but due to, pretrial and different programs and opportunities, they have been, lowered their numbers. And also with COVID, they were actually down to around, I believe, around 40 at one time. So they were low on inmates. Their number of inmates was quite low too. I think my understanding, and I have a little since I know Lou very well, he's willing to help. I mean, it's, having known, Sheriff Salvo and Lou, sheriffs, when they ask for help, sheriffs just help them. And so he's very willing and able to help us out, and house, as long as there's an insight in the future. Does that answer your question?
Well, I think it does. I think mostly I can understand that and I can see the need for it. But I also was thinking, wow, we have a huge facility. It sounds pretty huge down in Garfield. And we, do we need to build a huge one ourselves? It just doesn't seem like the most efficient way to use public funds. If we have an ability and they can help us and we're not creating more expense or more hassle or more equity issues, I think that maybe the relationship could actually go longer than 3 years if that's what Lou has outlined. I'm just wondering why would there be a limit on that? Maybe it's just because he just wants to see something get done. But from a financial standpoint, what would a financial advisor say?
So Greg, maybe I can jump in here a little bit. Certainly on the time frames that we've been working on, making that long-term commitment, which would have to have a mechanism of some kind of long-term lease or agreement, because it's a challenge to bind future boards and future sheriffs, future elected officials to those commitments. There are ways to do it. But it would require a lot more, I think, assessment on Garfield County's part, because they're probably looking 20, 30 years out into what their capacity needs are going to be. And when we look at bonding for a facility, we're going to be looking 20 or 30 years out. And I don't think either organization at this point has done that level of analysis and projection to be able to make that commitment. I think as we're going forward with our programming studies and we get our projections nailed down better, that's certainly a conversation that we can have with our sheriff's department and with Garfield County. But it's also very likely that they're looking to protect their long-term capacity for what they anticipate as 20 to 30 year growth. But the
Right.
value of doing this IGA right now is it buys us time to do the analysis, have a safety factor for the folks who are committed to our jail, and it gives us some time to have these bigger discussions.
Thanks, John. I totally agree, and I think certainly I would, as I did before, advocate moving forward with an IGA. It did occur to me that 3 years of quarterly meetings, as Kelly suggested, that's going to blow by fairly quickly. And so I think if we're actually going to do something, take action on a plan, the sooner we begin and the more ardently we pursue this, probably the better for everyone.
And I would anticipate as we get into it, just like we have with other facilities projects, whether it be the sheriff and admin building or the ambulance building, that I think Kelly was setting a minimum of quarterly meetings. I think there's going to be periods in this where we're probably meeting weekly and sharing information, getting guidance, and moving items forward. So, Kelly, I hope I interpreted you correctly, because I do see that there's going to be some intensity of decision making in here that's probably going to require weekly kinds of updates and input as we move forward.
And John,
I like to have measurable standards which keep ourselves honest.
Quarterly is definitely, we can meet that.
John, if I could add to that, and I wish Jody was here, but this will come up in future meetings. There is still the in-between, or to kick the can down the road, method, which might be put $5 million or so into this jail and tackle this problem in another 10 years. I don't know if that's good business or not. I mean, that's certainly not the option that we've been looking at. But, you know, there is a Band-Aid option, but it's really not the preferable one.
Yeah, unless our programming shows that that is preferable, my sense is this county is going to end up building a facility at some point. And we are better off, I think, if we're looking at bonding, really developing a good 20 to 30 year plan based on actual projections. And frankly, the sooner that we can develop that plan, the better, because interest rates are at historic lows. So the sooner we can take advantage of this current fiscal environment, the better off we are. And again, I know it was the board's intent and direction to be there now, and that's something we didn't get done for you this year.
Okay, Kelly, and then Kelly, we're going to have yours be the last comments, and then move on. We're running
I'll be
late.
quick. Yeah, I just do want to, again, reiterate that I think throughout this process, I'd like to see us kind of cultivate some external collaboration with, you know, some sort of inmate advocacy group, criminal justice reform. Not that we don't have Seth's, I think, vision in mind and care in mind, but, you know, I do think giving a voice to the inmate population is important in this, because, you know, we're not always talking about just hardened criminals and violent crime. We're talking about neighbors and friends and family, you know, with co-occurring mental health and things that have to be housed and programmed in our jail too. And so I'm happy to seek out and facilitate those relationships, but I think it will be important to have those check-ins along the way also. So thanks.
So, just in summary, I think that we have, you know, agreement from the BOCC to move ahead with the IGA. We also need to quick start work as much as we can on the jail, you know, the newer modifications to our jail as our next big project. It's going to kind of take the place of the SE project during the last year, I think. And I suggest maybe this could be part of our board retreat discussion this year also, maybe a more in-depth presentation on and discussion in the jail at that point. So Joey, thanks so much for being here today. Thanks, Alex. Good to see you. Thank you, Kim, for being here also. And I look forward to the virtual tour of the jail.
Yeah. We can set up a tour whenever you guys would like. Either you can come view it in person, or we can set up a video tour.
You know, I know we've been trying hard. I am wondering, and we can talk about this offline, the video tour idea, given how much everyone's been working from home and trying to protect these facilities, may, particularly since that's one of our most vulnerable facilities. I guess I'd advocate for us trying to figure that out if the board's okay with that.
We can do that for sure. Thank you.
And John, first of all, thank you, all of you, for always being open and receptive to me. And we can set something up where we lock down inmates and you won't have any direct contact with them for COVID, or we can do a video presentation. I know we took the FAB through, we took the commissioners through a while ago, so it might just be time. So thank you all again.
All right, thanks. Okay, let's move right on to our next item on the agenda, which is discussion about the resolution appointing the chair and vice chair and commissioner representatives to various boards, committees, and authorities. John Peacock, hand it over to you.
Yeah, so I will make this short and sweet because I think we really set aside this time for you all to visit amongst yourselves in terms of if there were any desired changes in board appointments or considerations of that. I know there were amongst some of the board members, I think, a desire to talk about at least a few of the board and commission appointments. This is really in preparation for your first regular meeting where the board adopts a resolution appointing the chair and vice chair and then making appointments to the various advisory boards and commissions that, really numerous boards and commissions that you all serve on. So Steve, I think it may be good to just go even commissioner by commissioner or ask for volunteers as far as commissioners who may have changes that they'd want to suggest or volunteers that they want to seek for board appointments. You're muted, Steve.
So two things that I see we need to flesh out a little bit. One is to see what kind of positions Francie wants to hold, if she's comfortable taking over the ones George is doing now or shifting on that. Also, I'm concerned about Kelly's work schedule because she's going to be chair this year. She's also going to be on the CCAT board, which is extra responsibility. So Kelly might need to back out of something else that she's already doing, perhaps. That's the kind of thing that we need to figure out people's time commitments and your bandwidth for doing, being on the boards that you are on. So Patty, you had your hand up.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Patty.
Because I want to again reiterate this with George. We are eliminating the BLM and the U.S. Forest Service liaison as no longer needed. If that issue comes up, the Forest Service can contact us and we can assign a commissioner on that intermittent basis. So I think we can eliminate those two. And George, you made a comment about the Nordic Council too, and I can't exactly remember if you felt we needed to have representation there or we were good. And
yeah, staff usually attends since Open Space has taken that program under their umbrella. So usually Gary attends or Lindsay attends. No, Lindsay will be gone, but usually someone does attend from the county, representing the county.
So maybe we could just appoint somebody from staff from Open Space and Trails to fill that position on Nordic Council, if that's okay. And then we do need to replace Lindsay on the West Elk Loop Scenic Byway, since she won't be here. So we need to see who from Open Space wants to take that seat. And then Senior Council, I don't know if Steve wants to continue, but then again, when I was on the Senior Council, it was just as a liaison. They would contact me when they needed me. I didn't attend every meeting because it'd be like appointing somebody at Open Space and Trails, because the Senior Council is one of our appointed boards. So I don't know if we want to reconsider that one also. And then the other one I had a question was what was the other one you're on, George? Oh God. It's the
TPR.
Yeah, the TPR, and I had asked if staff could be our representative to that, or if we needed a board person to be on that.
Well, staff, Brian is always gone. He's been the staff liaison forever, and he has a lot of institutional knowledge, which is great. But I think it's really important to have a commissioner there, because you have about, you've got a table that it probably includes 30 to 40 people, mainly staff from all the different municipalities and counties. But in terms of county commissioners, in the recent years, you've really only had myself from Pickens County, an Eagle County commissioner, and a Garfield County commissioner. And I think that commissioners, as you know, have a lot more influence over decisions than staff in general, and are listened to a little more closely. And so for us to continue to pursue funding for any new projects that are coming up, or even older projects, I think it's important to have a commissioner at the table.
Okay, well then, I'm gonna offer, since Nan and I really don't do much anymore with Workforce Development Board, that's kind of being restructured. So we don't really even meet anymore. It's a whole different ballgame. I will volunteer to replace George on the TPR and work with Brian Pettit, just because I've had so many years of working.
And that's usually like a quarterly meeting.
Yeah.
Occasionally a meeting in between, but it's not a monthly meeting.
Okay. If the board's okay with that, then Brian and I can work together, just because I've been involved with it for so long, with trying to get funding over this side of the valley.
So Patty, we do have to take a look at the bigger picture, so we'll take
I'm
your
just
offer
throwing
into
that out there
consideration.
now for consideration.
Yeah, we'll take that into consideration. Greg?
Yeah, thanks. Regarding the BLM liaison and the U.S. Forest Service liaison, I just wanted to unpack that a little bit more. I remember we discussed it briefly. I think, George, didn't you resign from the BLM board just because it seemed like an exercise in futility years ago? I've been contacted by people since who've suggested we try to get back on. But honestly, I just don't know where that stands, and so I don't want to just assume we're not going to do it yet.
Yeah, on the BLM, I was actually appointed by the Secretary of the Interior. You have to go through a process to be appointed to the Northwest Regional Advisory Council, the BLM, and so it's not sort of a local appointment. It's appointed at the top federal level, and most of those issues back then were dealing with oil and gas, which is slowly moving away and going into renewables, which is good. And I think it'd be good to have someone locally on that. I'm not sure, and I'm assuming that with a new administration, a new Secretary of the Interior, we're going to see a little more progressive movement in terms of public lands. And I think that, the RACs are actually, that's a congressional legislative organization. Congress set that up to allow local areas to receive public input that would then provide recommendations to the Secretary of Interior ultimately. So it's important to have, it went through a period of time where we had as you know, this current administration, which is coming closer to the end, just basically threw out the baby with the bathwater in terms of our protection of our public land. So hopefully that helps answer you a little bit.
Right. I guess what I would suggest is that we keep those two positions and to consider going forward. And I'm certainly interested in them, but I also don't want to waste anybody's time. It has to be productive, but I think we should just keep them on the table as to see what everyone else is doing and where it's going.
And just quickly, with the Forest Service, of course, I was involved with that as a liaison because of the Thompson Divide. But the Forest Service also started a process as an outgrowth of that with a roundtable meetings that would, I think, about quarterly. And those were really, and are really valuable because you've got people from all the counties and different organizations that are come together, share information, get information from the Forest Service. And that's something that I think would be worthwhile for a commissioner to stay involved with.
Well, and Steve, let me jump in real quick.
Okay.
Yeah, I think, Greg, if you want to pursue, I think with the change, George is absolutely right with the change in administration and a new Secretary of Interior, that George's position and application process will probably reopen. So let's keep an eye on that and support you if you are looking at that. And the roundtable meetings, I agree with George, if we want to have somebody appointed to those. we have such a good relationship with the Forest Service, we want to keep that going as best we can. So, yeah, I don't have a problem with that if somebody's interested in jumping in.
Great, thanks, Patty. Yeah, and also I'm not trying to sign myself up for it, but I wanted to make sure we still had it available. Francie may take an interest in one of these, or so just want to keep it open for any of us. Thanks. If I could, Steve, I do know that George and I have spoken about just regarding me taking over as the primary on core and on RAFTA, because I've been there going to the meetings. And I don't know what else we have from George, or picking apart George here. What else? Those are the only ones I can think of. Well, of course, he's leaving from APSHA, and that's a question that we should probably have on the table.
Yeah, I'm going to hopefully twist Kelly's arm, at least for a year, because as Kelly knows, APSHA is going through a critical time period right now, looking at new policies with a new executive director coming on, and I think, Kelly, it would be really crucial for you to be able to have that continuity for at least a year.
So I know that this is a difficult discussion because Kelly feels, some pressure about the Lee Mulcahy issue, as also do I, for that matter, with that still being so fresh and might still be going on and on. We don't really know at this point. But maybe, I don't know if you want to weigh in right now, Kelly, but maybe we should have Francie weigh in, because she has put some thought into looking at the things George has been doing and seeing if there's things that she would be interested in. So maybe we should hear from Francie now.
Yeah, that's good. Thanks, Steve.
Hi. Okay, so yeah, I have been thinking about it quite a bit, and the things I've been thinking about sounds like other people want to do also. But the BLM and Forest Service are definitely of prime interest to me. That's right. That's my area that I really love. And I was interested in the Resource Efficiency Office, but I want to hear more about what they do. And TPR was also of interest. I was, pretty much thinking that what George was leaving, I would look into them and see if that's where I was needed. But if it's not where I'm needed, then I'm willing to look at some other things. I would like to be involved with some things. So let me hear about the Resource Efficiency Office.
Well, first of all, there's always there's a need and there's an opportunity to serve as an alternate on RAFTA, an alternate on APSHA, an alternate on CORE, and that just means that you are able to attend all the meetings, be engaged in all the discussions, and the only thing you don't have the ability to do is vote unless the primary is not there. So you could still get involved and sort of get your feet wet in terms of getting up to speed on the organizations, because there's a lot of history, a lot of institutional knowledge that takes, frankly, years to try to understand. So that would be, I guess, a suggestion or an idea for you to consider.
Okay.
And if I could, Steve, Francie, if there's something you really are interested in, certainly I would encourage you to get involved. Whether you're the alternate or the principal, to me isn't as important. If there's something you really have we can discuss this, and I'm eager to have you come in and be involved. So I'm just going to suggest that you explore all of it, and I'll do my best to help expedite it.
Okay. Well, being an alternate is fine with me. I have a steep learning curve ahead of me in so many levels right now anyway. But certainly CORE and the BLM and Forest Service, either or.
Or both. Those don't happen very often, right?
Yeah. And APSHA. I would be interested in helping there because I don't have a history with Mulcahy or any of the other things that have been going on there. I don't know whether having a fresh person in there would be helpful or not, but I'd certainly be willing to give it a try.
Okay, let's go to Kelly.
Yeah, so I'll jump in. So I guess I'm expecting to be appointed chair next year, so I do recognize that that comes with additional burdens and just workload, which I'm happy to do. In that sense, you know, I've been thinking about whether to give things up or what to give up. And I decided I probably don't want to give up anything because I love all the work, but maybe just organize it better. So, for example, you know, as Steve mentioned, I am the primary on CCAT. I have taken on additional responsibilities there as a sub-chair of the housing, or a chair of the subcommittee for housing. I didn't recognize at that time that puts me on the governing board of CCAT, so now I got 2 for 1 in terms of additional workload there, and I'm happy to continue to do that. I also was appointed to the statewide strategic housing working group that really is set to just run through this year, but it could continue on. And, you know, I've thought more about APSHA, and, you know, because of all of that additional housing work, I actually think that stepping into the primary role of APSHA probably makes sense. And, you know, yes, the Lee Mulcahy situation has been uncomfortable, but that's going to resolve itself, and you know, there's important work to be done. It is really important to me that there is another active alternate on APSHA that is willing to attend on a regular basis and support those discussions. Because as George pointed out, you know, there is a lot of work ahead, and I feel like I will need to sort of rely on additional input as just to give better depth to our board representation at APSHA. And so, Francie, I'd be, you know, more than happy if you would like to step into that, and just hope that, you know, it's something that you and I can collaborate on very closely on the meetings, because they do meet twice a month, and, you know, I think it's a really good time to bring on an alternate, because we're starting to head into some of the real meat types of dialogue with all the background history and everything of various issues. Okay. So with regards to sort of those 2 boards, you know, that's kind of where I'm at and what my preference would be. With regards to the other boards that I'm currently appointed on, I'm wondering, Steve, you know, you and I always tag team on CCI. I don't know if you would be willing to just be the primary appointment for all those subcommittees, and I would support you in those. And, you know, Francie, I don't know if you have any interest in CCI work. The way I look at all the legislative work is we have these 3 primary legislative advocacy boards, CCAT, CCI, and then CC4CA, the climate advocacy group, who do a lot of work during when the legislature meets from January to May. And it's helpful to have collaborative dialogue, I think, among the representatives of those groups. Particularly, you know, CCI and CCAT sometimes need to play against each other. So, you know, I would be more than happy to continue to stay involved in CCI, but it would help me with the burden, Steve, if you could be the primary rep for those committees.
I was actually thinking of along that same line, that maybe like you're doing almost all CCAT work, and I could just do basically all CCI work. But then Francie, we'd want to see if Francie would want to join in on doing some of the CCI work, perhaps. That would be an option too.
Mm-hmm.
I'll let you continue. I kind of cut in on.
Yeah, no, that's okay. You know, I wanted to check in with Greg. We've had some conversation about whether Greg would step in as the primary for CC4CA, and then I could serve as the alternate on that. And from where I sit, I think that could be a really good, you know, if one of us is taking each of the three legislative groups as a primary, you know, I think that would allow us to put some strength behind that, and then we just collaborate as we need to as board members. So I don't know, Greg, if that's still.
I'm good with that. No, I was going to suggest that if we have to take some load off for you, I'm happy to do that.
Okay.
And also just for Francie, since you were talking about CORE earlier, CC4CA is a great organization of 45 or more municipalities and counties around the state who are doing climate action related work, policy work and other stuff. Certainly you're welcome to participate too. I think there's nothing holding you back if you want to dip your toe in.
Okay.
And then I guess finally, I don't know how this happened, but with regards to the round table, you know, Greg and I are both listed there. I think I sort of took that right away from Greg. I think the round table thinks that I'm the appointee. And I think I thought I was the appointee as well, but he
and I've been fine with that, and I'm completely fine with it. But
okay.
We can, if you feel the need to relieve yourself of it, then I will spend more time on it.
Yeah, no, I think that's one of the ones I don't want to let go of. And you always support and, you know, help if I can attend a meeting or something. So if we can.
I'm happy to continue that way.
Okay. Okay, cool. I think that covers. And then I'm happy to stay as the alternate of RWAPA. Greg mainly covers that. So.
Great, thank you. Looking down the list, I see the RAFTA board. We just need an alternate. I don't know if Francie, did you say that would interested you, or?
Yeah, I could do that.
Okay, great. I think it's a group that you'd like.
Yeah, great. Yeah. Unless somebody else wants to do it.
Real quick, so is that Francie as primary on RAFTA like George is now?
No, I think I'd be stepping in, John.
Oh, okay.
And
okay.
Francie would be alternate. That's what RAFTA is anticipating, but you know, it's all open to negotiation.
I just wanted to make sure I was hearing that right. Thanks.
The whole world.
If this board doesn't want me to be the primary, I can take a hint, but at this point, I thought I would do that.
So Greg, were you also thinking on the core board that you would become the primary and Francie the alternate?
You know, I'm wondering if maybe Francie and George and I should get together and have a backroom smoke-filled meeting on that and discuss it. But I was thinking that I would be. But I'm, you know, maybe we should discuss it further. But I don't know if we need to do it here, or I'm happy to either way. It probably would make sense that I started as the principal and then Francie worked her way in.
George?
Yeah, Greg, as you know, similar to APSHA, in some ways, CORE is going through a transitional period of time. And I think this next year is going to be critical for CORE in terms of coming up with additional revenues for their ongoing programs. And so I think for your continuity as a primary, at least for this next year, I think would be really valuable. And have Francie as the alternate. As I said earlier, the alternate is at the table, engaged in all the discussions, and usually the votes are not very controversial. So,
right. Is it for each year that you do this, or every 4 years?
Every year we do it.
Every year.
Yeah.
Okay.
We don't normally shift this much, but with George leaving, that's bringing a new person on. That's why we have this is the opportunity to really take a harder look at it and really shift things around. Looking at my responsibilities, the first one that is not even on the list that I think should be added onto the list, John, is Club 20. And that would be in the other appointments section. Because Club 20, I am an alternate. I was elected as an alternate for Pitkin County, with Rachel being the principal representative from Pitkin County and me being one of two alternates. And that's not something that you can replace. It's a Club 20 internal thing that I was elected to that, and whether I'm a commissioner or not, that's my position. But, so that's why I say put it in the other appointments, but because we are a Club 20 member, I think it should be listed on that. And I do spend a considerable amount of time at Club 20 meetings, which are all virtual ones now, but eventually we'll go back to being in-person ones.
Wait, Steve, let me just tag on. There was a reason why we haven't done that in the past, and I can't really remember why. I think it's because it's elected outside of this board, not appointed or recommended by this board. So I don't necessarily have a problem. We just have no control over that position. So I don't know how the rest of the board feels. And George, maybe you remember why we never put it on this list?
I'm sorry, which was it? I got distracted.
The Club 20. Remember, it's not, the Board of Commissioners has no involvement in who sits on the Club 20. It's elected through the Club 20 system.
Well, Steve would know, because Steve, you've been serving on Club 20, and prior to that, Rachel was going as our representative.
Well, no, there was not our representative. It's a representative that Club 20 picks through their own election they have. People used to show up at the library, and whoever showed up kind of got elected to be the Club 20. We don't appoint or recommend or elect anybody to represent the BOCC or Pickens County on Club 20.
Right, a commissioner would just go. Rachel went as a commissioner.
No, she was elected by Club 20, by that organization, not as a commissioner, but by a member of this community. She just happened to be a commissioner.
Yeah,
I guess I don't remember that. I'm sorry.
Pickens County is a Club 20 member. At the meeting at the library, or this year it was virtually, anybody who's a Club 20 member could apply to be on the board of Club 20. It could be somebody from the Chamber of Commerce or a businessman or anybody. It doesn't have to be an elected official at all. In our case, it happens to be Rachel as a city council person and me as a county commissioner, and then there's a city staff person as also an alternate. But the vote is completely out of the hands of the Board of Commissioners as to who is on the Club 20 board. So I get the point, Patty, that, and I mean, I think I would put it here, but when we're doing our board reports, I think it's important that I be able to give a Club 20 report for any new things that are happening at Club 20, because it really ties into the legislative issues that the state is looking at that time.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that,
great.
Steve. I just wanted to clarify that we do not appoint to that board, just so that Francie and everybody else is aware of that.
Yeah.
Do we pay dues to the Club 20? Were we paying Rachel's dues for a while? Was that Club 20 that we had some arrangement with her?
We do pay Club 20 dues. And we were paying Rachel's for the 1 year after she was not a commissioner. We paid her expenses for going to Club 20 meetings also. We do not now, because it's a new, it's been another transition now. So Rachel's completely out of the loop in terms of Pickens County. But there are other appointments on here. For instance, the Resource Advisory Committee, the RAC of the Alpine Area Agency on Aging, is not, I'm listed there, but I wasn't picked by the Board of County Commissioners. I was actually elected to that position I'm an elected official on the RAC board, which I was elected by other members of the RAC board from around, our Northwest Colorado Council of Governments area. So I wasn't appointed by the commissioners for that. I was actually elected by other people, but I'm listed on this list for that. So that's just another example, similar to the Club 20. So, anyhow, moving on past the Club 20 thing, I do serve on 4 different boards, all that have something to do with aging issues. So one is the SAPCA board that I was appointed by Governor Hickenlooper to. Then I'm on the RAC board for the Alpine Area Agency on Aging, and the Regional Transportation Coordinating Council all have to do with senior issues. 2 of them are Northwest COG subcommittees, and then the Senior Council. And so when I go to Senior Council meeting, I almost always will give a report on, what's happening at the Northwest COG level or at the state level. So and I am not able to attend all the meetings I have attended as many as I can, but it's maybe only about 2 out of 3 meetings I actually do go to that, Patty, just so you know. And I would like to stay on as a senior council rep.
And Steve,
because I'm involved in the aging issues. Patty?
yeah, I don't necessarily have a problem with that. It's just that we appoint the members of the senior council at large. I mean, we appoint that membership just like we appoint to Healthy Rivers and Streams and P&Z and all those. So I just think we need to be clear that we are now appointing to one of our advisory committees. We're appointing a member of the board. That would be like appointing Greg to be on open space and trails. So I just want to make sure that's deviating from our normal process of appointing to our advisory boards.
Yeah, and absolutely. And I do participate at the senior council meetings, but I do not vote. There are various ex officio kind of people who are there as more as resource people, which is really why I am there, is more as a resource person.
So you're more of a liaison. You're more of a liaison than an appointed member of the board. I just want to clarify that so we don't get people asking us questions about our other appointed boards.
Oh, and they all know it, that I'm not a board member. I don't vote.
Okay.
Yeah. Greg?
One of the conversations I recall us having in the past was just how are we doing with these boards, and which ones are useful, which ones, honestly, sometimes I confess when I first came on, some of them just didn't seem particularly vital or important groups to be part of in some ways. And I know we've shed some of these memberships in the past, and I'm not suggesting doing it with anything right now because people will find reasons. But it is good to kind of review and look at what's really the best use of everybody's time. We've had those conversations about CCI in the past. We always choose to remain a member, but it does come up. Is it worth it? Because we're always in the minority. Just seems like we're always in the minority. But maybe it's still important to be members.
A lot of counties flipped. Their boards changed in this last.
Okay, right, yeah. So maybe it's more important now. The one thing I see on here that I want to bring up is I think the BOCC should have a member on the CRD River District as a River District rep, along with John Ely. I'm not entirely comfortable just having him as staff with all the CRD issues and the water issues. Although I do realize we rely heavily on his experience and knowledge, I'm thinking that it might be good to have a BOCC member involved in that, and I wanted to bring that to the floor.
So I did discuss that with John Ely the other day when we were having our agenda meeting, because I've been approached by 2 other people from outside the county asking if I would be interested in being the board member to represent Pickens County. And so I kind of I asked John, does he want to continue doing that? And he felt like he should do it. He said there's a 3-year appointment that they get when they are appointed. I guess they serve 3-year terms as as River District board members. I guess that's the system. And he has one more year left in that, but he is thinking about it. And I mean, my thought in asking him that was he has a lot on his plate and maybe would be glad to not be the River District representative. And I think we should probably, or maybe John Peacock could sound him out on that between now and our meeting next week when we finalize these appointments, just to confirm that that's his feeling for staying in for one more year. So, Kelly?
Yeah, just on that point, I guess I wonder, you know, for me, sometimes the River District agendas are very opaque because it seems like a lot happens in executive session. So I don't fully understand the scope of the work that they are undertaking in detail as far as, you know, if it's getting really heavy into sort of water transactions, financing, things like that, you know, the water attorney seems appropriate to have in that seat. So I guess I'm just wondering if maybe, if it's possible, if John's able to invite a board member into those executive sessions to just have a better understanding of what that work completely is, so we know who the best rep would be on it. So I guess that's just, my suggestion would be to keep John in that slot and see if there's a way to have a board member join him in that work so we can better assess who the best rep is.
Yeah, and I think a board member could participate in the open meetings, and as to the executive session, I'm not sure about that at all.
Regarding the opacity of it, I think you've made a good point, Kelly, and certainly we need John's expertise. I know other counties just send a commissioner in many cases, so I don't think it's so opaque that it can't be taken on, but it might be a steep learning curve. But I also think there's some opacity just between John and us at times, quite frankly, and I think the whole thing could benefit from having board representation.
Steve?
Patty?
Yeah, I think we definitely need to have legal counsel on that board. It gets into really heavy water law issues that I think are way over any of our heads. But I don't have a problem with a BOCC member accompanying it at times, John, just to have a presence there in the room and actually show support from the BOCC and support for our county attorney. But I definitely think this is a water board, that we need to have that legal advisement sitting on to bring it back. And we've asked that those meetings come back to us on a more regular basis, and I think that's something that Kelly and I can work on this next year with our agendas. But on a real quick side note, if we're gonna add committees, just so the board remembers, when we created Basalt Vista, the Homeowners Association needed a Board of Commissioners representative. I volunteered if nobody else wanted to do it, and I got appointed to that board. And it's supposed to be not a big job load, but workload, but it is. It's been enormous, setting up the bylaws, the policies, bringing on, et cetera. So I just want the board to know, if you'd like me to give you updates on a Homeowners Association board meeting, I will be more than happy to, because we meet on a very regular basis with volumes of information to go through, and I speak with the county attorney on a regular basis, so I understand what direction their establishment of this new homeowners board is going. So if we want to put that on this list too, I'd be more than happy to see my name next to it. Hopefully I'll be weaning my way off of it as they get more homeowners, and they can take it over amongst the homeowners themselves.
Patty, you teed up perfectly to be on the Phillips Homeowners Association board next.
Just pick me, I'm good at those.
Well, going back to the River District one, I was gonna nominate. I just wanted to suss out and see if Francie's interested in something like that, if that's something we all want to see happen.
To be a liaison with John Ely?
Definitely. Yeah.
I don't have a problem with that.
Just sort of a tag-along thing right now, it sounds like sort of become familiar with what's going on and go to the meetings, and is that what you're imagining, Greg?
Well, I was thinking one of us should, but I wanted to make sure if you felt that was something, you wanted to stick your toe in, so to speak, this would be the chance to do it, since
I'm very interested in the river district, so yes. I have a question about the airport visioning committee. Is that completely dissolved now? Because I don't see that on here, and I'm just wondering where that stands.
So the Airport Visioning Committee is now terminated. We are creating a new airport advisory board from the community. None of us will serve on it. It will all be appointments from the community. And we don't have any idea how big it's going to be or anything. That will be, we'll start discussing that, I'm sure, in the next few weeks here, probably start trying to get that set up. Rich, you want to weigh in on that?
No, you did a great job, Steve. Yes, we're looking, I just did talk to Charlotte, maybe on the 26th, bringing that before you guys to start talking about the formation of that advisory board.
And so Francie knows none of us sat on any of the advisory committees.
Right.
But we all did.
I have a correction to make though. The which one is it? The Alpine Area Agency on Aging is no longer called that. It's called Vintage.
Vintage.
So it has a name change. So Steve, we'd be more than
That's
happy
right,
for you to be our vintage representative.
Yeah, or vintage. You're correct on that.
So we need to correct that in title, that name.
Vintage, formerly known as Alpine Area Agency on Aging. So, John Peacock, have you been following all of these changes and proposed changes?
You guys have been talking? No, just kidding. Yeah, I've been trying to, I've got a lot of notes in front of me right now. I'll just try and highlight the ones that I think would be impacted in the resolution. It sounds like, and these aren't going to be in particular order, more the order they came up with you. Core, I have Greg as the primary with Francie as the alternate. My cat is not helping me here. APSHA, I have Kelly as the primary with Francie as the alternate. You too, Greg, good. CCAT, Kelly, I have you as the primary, Greg remaining as the alternate. CCI, I think I got this right. Steve is the primary and Francie is the alternate? That one wasn't as clear to me.
Hey, John, go back to CCAT and CC4CA. Did I hear you wrong?
Yes.
CCAT would be Kelly and Steve still.
Oh, I'm sorry.
CC4CA is me and Kelly, I think. Is that right, Kelly?
Thank you.
Or is it you and me?
You then me.
And so on CC4CA, I have Greg as primary and Kelly as alternate. Okay. CCI, I had Steve as primary and Francie as alternate. No, are you staying as alternate, Kelly?
I was going to stay as alternate.
Okay.
Unless Francie wanted to jump right into that, but we thought that because CCAT and CCI sometimes have to play off each other, that I'd be primary for one and alternate for the other, and vice versa for Steve. And Francie could join us on the steering committees and decide if there's any particulars that she would like to.
On CCI, some different counties, different commissioners will come into the meeting just for one or two of the legislative committees. They're not there for all of them, and we could actually do that if someone has an area of expertise or interest. And so, Francie, there's 9 different legislative committees that deal with different aspects of legislation, which you should look over that list, and you could actually participate on any of those that catch your fancy. If you feel like that would be just a burning desire to do one of those, it's no problem. Other counties do it that same way. You're muted. You're muted, Francie.
Since you know me, you know that it would probably be the agriculture, wildlife and rural affairs, and then the land use and natural resources would jump out at me as, places where I would like to be involved.
What about public lands?
And public lands.
So could we
maybe those 3, yeah.
So would we need to put her down as the alternate for those committees if it's okay with Kelly, and then Steve be the primary?
Or it looks like it has 2 people plus an alternate, possibly. The way this, oh no, I see how it goes, yeah. But I don't want to take it away from Kelly if she wants to do that.
I think that's a no.
Sorry, I'm like jumping between the Zoom screen and the solution. No, I think that's fine because there's not that much overlap with CCAT's agenda. CCAT doesn't do agriculture and public lands. They're shifting a little bit to look at some wildfire type stuff. So that would, Steve will be able to keep Francie posted about that topic. So that's fine.
On CCI, there is a huge turnover. There are 60 new commissioners this year across the state. A whole lot of people who've been very active at CCI are no longer going to be there this year. There's a whole lot of leadership positions on the legislative committees are open, and 4 slots on the public lands travel committee, which we haven't been putting any money into that for a couple of years. I don't know that we want to start doing that again, but so we don't have to worry about the public lands travel committee. But there's actually opportunities for, I might even put my name in for, being one of the office, one of the heads of one of the committees this year, because there are so many people left. There are lots of openings there.
Okay, I think I got that. And then I had, if there is Forest Service and or BLM opportunities, whether those be on the RAC or liaison, that both Greg and Francie are interested in those, but those aren't appointments that would be made in this next resolution. Colorado River Roundtable, Kelly, I have you as primary, and is there an alternate on that one? I'm sorry, I don't have my thing pulled up. We had both you and Greg on there, I think, somehow.
I'm happy to stay on as an alternate to Kelly. She's been doing the heavy lift. Is that what we talked about, Kelly? Yeah. Okay. So we can keep it as it is, and I'll come more often.
RWAPA, we've got Greg as primary, Kelly as alternate. RAFTA, we have Greg as primary, Francie as alternate. We have let's see, Senior Counsel, Steve, River District Board. I think we could still use a little bit of clarity on, I think where we ended up was with John Ely finishing out this next year, but Francie attending meetings with him and more regular updates.
Right.
Did I hear that right? We have Vintage, formerly Alpine Area on Agency on Aging. which is Steve, and then we had 3 kind of other categories just to recognize as appointments, although they are not necessarily board decisions. Those are Club 20, the RAC for aging. Both of those are Steve, and then Patty, we have the Basalt Vista.
What are we doing with
Group.
Nordic? Are we gonna,
HOA.
Nordic, we're just gonna leave with a member of Open Space and Trails staff? Just let staff represent us on Nordic?
That's up to you guys.
I'm looking for a yes or no.
I think that we could maybe even take Nordic Council off the list completely, because it has been more wrapped into the Open Space and Trails.
Is that the consensus of the board?
Yeah, and I think whoever represents Open Space will bring us back anything that we need to know.
Okay.
In the West Elk Loop, Lindsay can't do it. We need to find out, maybe from Gary, who would be, I mean, I guess it doesn't have to be an Open Space and Trails person. It could be someone from the Crystal River Valley, like Francie, perhaps. We could have a board member on that.
For what?
The West Elk Loop Scenic Byway Committee.
What does that committee do?
I don't know what they do. We hardly ever hear anything about it, but
George knows.
maybe we should consult with Lindsay and get her recommendation on that, John.
I think George might have some input.
George?
Yeah, actually, if you go back in time, Dorothea served as a board rep, just because she was really interested, and then I sort of took it over, and then I wasn't all that interested, because basically it's made up of those communities along that stretch of road, and they just look at ways to better enhance their communities through the use of the byway, through marketing, through tourism. If there are specific issues that a community has in terms of a road upgrades, they can be a resource to CDOT. So it's, I think John Hoffman, Francie, is the current chair on it, if you know John.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Well, and George, I think the reason we had Lindsay take it over is because of the Carbondale Crescent Butte Trail issue. And that kind of fell in line with when Dorothea left and Open Space was working on that trail. So,
yeah, and Frank, yeah, and I wasn't that interested in serving on it. I didn't see a great need for it for my time. So Lindsay graciously took over as part of that Crested Butte to Carbondale Trail, correct?
Does Redstone have a rep on it?
Yeah, I would do that if you guys need me to. It sounds like they don't meet very often, but.
Yeah, I don't think they do, but you can check with John Hoffman, and he can give you a better idea.
Okay, I'll ask him.
So should we prepare the resolution with Francie's name, unless Francie calls and tells us differently, or should we, how should we prepare the resolution?
Yeah, I think put her name on it.
I'll
Okay. John, I was going to suggest that maybe next Tuesday, you should run the draft list by us before we look at it on Wednesday, just in case there are other last-minute changes that we see. Because there's so much changing, we kind of need to proofread it, maybe. So maybe if we could add that on Tuesday's agenda, just a short review of this list and make sure we got all the changes correctly.
Okay.
All right, I guess we should probably move on. Let's see, we got three more things to do today, and we're scheduled for a break, which we're already at the end of our break period right now. So future agenda calendars, John?
Thanks, Steve. You know, as is typically the case, the beginning of the year starts off a little bit lighter, so you'll see that reflected in the agendas. The one thing I do want to talk to the board about is starting to set aside a couple of days for a board retreat. I have a couple of dates to suggest, both to give Francie just a little bit of time to learn where to hang her coat before we throw her into a retreat, but also to do it in a timely manner, and give us some time to prepare. We've done this a couple of ways in the past. We usually do dedicate 2 days, you know, day and a half to 2 days for the retreat. I wouldn't see that this year would be different unless the board has other thoughts. But right now, I'd look at either February 16th and 17th, which is a Tuesday and Wednesday. We would use one of your work session times for that, or 18th and 19th, which is the Thursday and Friday following. We've got regular meetings on the Wednesdays bracketing that week, and so it'd either push us out into March, and frankly, I think we'll need at least that much time to prepare for a board retreat. So I wanted to throw those out. And then Kelly and Patty, as incoming chair and vice chair, be working with you on content and what conversations we need to have.
Steve? Steve? Steve,
Steve, you're muted.
You're muted.
Okay, go ahead. I got my screen back again.
I could do either sets of those, 16th, 17th, 17th, 18th, or 18th, 19th. I'd like to do the 16th, 17th, the beginning of the week. I'm trying to make plans next week to maybe go see my mom for her 96th birthday, but that's of course up in the air. But so that would be great. Those 4 days, any of that combination would work for me.
Kelly?
Yeah, if we could do the 16th and 17th, the 18th and 19th are CCI steering committee days, and since the legislature will have just convened, since they pushed off their convening date, I think it'll be important for us to attend those CCI meetings.
That's great.
So 16th, 17th, okay.
16th, 17th work for everyone then? Just a thumbs up?
Yeah, great. That was
okay.
Easy.
Well, we'll get those times set aside, and then we'll need to work on what are the conversations for this year's retreat, because I could imagine them being numerous and deep. So we'll need to focus a little bit on what the key conversations are. That's all I had for future agendas for you.
Steve, I have a couple.
Patty?
Yeah, next Tuesday, what is our exact plan for the swearing in? How are we doing that?
We're keeping that a secret. No,
you are.
It's going to be, yeah, I know. We did talk to Judge Ely, and so it is going to be a virtual event with Judge Ely. I understand, George, you'll be in that day for your last meeting. So I imagine we'll have a few folks in the meeting room. Francie, you have the option of being in the meeting room to do the swearing in. Virtually, it will be at 12:15. That's when the judge's court docket clears. so we'll be scheduling it for then. And, yeah, we're working out the details.
You mean have the option of being there or being at home?
Correct.
Oh, I'll be there.
Okay.
Get me out of here sometimes.
So John, can they do it virtually from the steps of the courthouse, the three of them?
No, I think we're gonna have to,
Let's see
if
we
we
can
do, we're
that.
gonna have to we would probably have to do a grassroots setup outside.
Oh, well, we never broadcasted on
And
grassroots anyway.
Well, that's true. We don't have to broadcast it, I guess.
We
We're
never do.
thinking with it being on Zoom, the Zoom setup, I guess we could bring a laptop out there. I'd
Yeah.
need to talk to
At
Terry
least keep
and,
some of the tradition
Charlotte on that.
involved. Even though you moved the door to the courthouse, I still would like to see that tradition there.
Well, I don't
No.
think that Joe Biden's going to be outside for his inauguration. I think he's going to be inside. That's what I heard.
We can look at that, Patty. I just want to be sure that we obviously need to have connectivity for the judge, and the judge will not be on the stairs. It would be a laptop.
Yeah, no, I understand that. I'm just thinking the three new commissioners. Just a thought, just to keep some of the history on the steps of the courthouse. Just something to think about. My other issues are on the regular meeting on the 13th. We have a duplication of item number 9 and number 18. The procurement code is on first and second reading on that same meeting date.
Yeah, that's probably not enough time between first and second reading. We'll
And
get
the
that
other thing
corrected.
is, if possible, consolidate, so Jeanette's, because you have Jeanette and Jody with packets, groups of stuff, and you kind of split them up, so Jody comes on, Jeanette comes on, Jody comes on. So if we could just clean that up so that they do it in their group, so they're not coming and going. That's easy.
So online, I think we did get that cleanup done.
All right, and the other thing I have is the work session on the 19th, the air quality presentation. Are we notifying other parties like Ellen Anderson and those folks who have been interested in the air quality issue?
Yeah, I think she has been in touch with Cindy.
Rich is saying yes.
And, yep.
Yeah, we met the other day, and Cindy mentioned she's reaching out to different interested parties that have expressed interest, so.
Great, thank you. And last is on the 2nd, we have a joint meeting with the city of Aspen. Are we gonna have an agenda item discussion planned prior to that? Or do we have an agenda?
We do not have an agenda, and yeah, we'll have to get that added in
Okay,
to the work session.
great, thank you. And just so Francie knows, I always go through the agendas with all these changes, so it's unusual that I don't have things, just so you know. This is kind of my contribution. Thank you, John.
And anything she finds, we just put in there so she could.
Yes, that made me feel better.
Ellie?
Yeah, and I'll just note, based on our earlier conversation, we might need to notice the CCI steering committees. I don't know if the three of us are listening in, if that triggers that requirement. So
Good idea.
I can pass those dates.
I think Rich mentioned on January 26th, bringing starting the discussion on the Airport Advisory Committee. Is that what you had said, Rich? And it's not on a future agenda at this point.
It's not. I just worked that out today with Charlotte. But again, John Peacock, John Neely, and I are currently working through the formatting of it. So I think the timing works out well.
And I haven't looked to see if it's on the agenda yet, but we were waiting for January to roll around to have John Ely start working on the land use code changes regarding the hemp cultivation. And he needs to work out his part of it first before we get it on the agenda, but just to have it on our radar that we will be putting that on at some point, hopefully soon. Francie, did you have your hand up?
Yes, I did. I'm just wondering where the airport's going to show up in all these, I mean, not the airport, the jail, in all these agendas, because that seems like something that we can't put off for very long.
Yeah, Francie, so I think based on today's discussion, we're still working through the timeline for the programming assessment. So once we have that worked out with the contractor, we can start setting up work sessions around that. But the IGA is also going to be showing up on some of these probably before that next conversation with the contractor. We still need to get together with the attorney's office. I think they were waiting to kind of hear the discussion today before moving forward with the review and negotiation with Garfield County on the IGA, so we'll work with them on a timeline. So yeah, you'll be seeing those pop up.
Thanks.
Okay, any other future agenda changes? Don't see any. And you know what, I think, well, anybody can take a break at any time you need to. I think we should just forge ahead. Is everybody good with that?
No, I think I'd like to take a 10-minute break because I don't want to miss any of the COVID presentation.
Yeah, maybe we should do, because the COVID presentation is next, and maybe we should do a 5-minute break right now, and that way everybody can stand up and stretch and get a drink, and then, let's see, let's start at 3:35. It gives it a little more, closer to 10 minutes.
Okay, that's good. Thank you. welcome back. This is the Board of County Commissioners work session on Tuesday, January the 5th, 2001. And I'm going to turn the meeting over to Steve Child, who is chairman of the board, and he is zoomed into our meeting from his home. So Steve, go ahead. The meeting is all yours.
Okay, thanks, Patty. Okay, next we have our periodic COVID-19 update from John Peacock. And John, hand it over to you.
All right, thanks, Steve. I'm going to go ahead and share a screen here. Are you all seeing that? Okay, I'm going to take that as a yes. You saw the first comment. Okay. So today we're going to go over, as we always do, our metrics and dial overview. We're going to have a vaccination update. You all had a lot of questions yesterday, so I have brought reinforcements. Carly is on with us, I believe. I'm not seeing everyone on the screen right now all of a sudden. There's Carly.
Oh, yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, and Carly is our testing and vaccination coordinator that you all approved a little while back. So we'll get to hear from her in a little bit, talk a little bit about changes that the state made. Want to talk about a new proposal on business grants, an extension of our admin building closure. And then we have actually what's not on here is the next steps and then questions and discussion. On the dial, this was taken from the state website today. Our numbers remain concerning. Our 2-week cumulative incidence rate is over 1,700 per 100,000. Our average positivity, our 2-week positivity has inched up. It's been right around that between 8 and 10% now for some time, and our hospitalization data remains in yellow. And see our local data, which runs just a little bit ahead of the state, where you can see where it's trending. We've had we're starting to level off and see some downward trends, and then we had a large number of positives come in right after the Christmas holiday. And we're seeing that, still kind of stay at a fairly high positivity rate. We expect that our state rate is going to go up a little bit, as our local data right now for the last 14 days is now at an incidence rate of 1,976 per 100,000. Similarly, we're seeing our test positivity go up. We have been hovering right at that orange-yellow level, which is 10%. We're at 12.3% now. And, we're going to be watching that pretty closely also. Regarding testing, this new information has been put out at www.coloradodata.org. And it was pretty interesting to be looking at our testing rates on this site. We are falling in the highest level in terms of number of tests per 100,000 in population. Right now, on that metric, Pickens County is 5th out of 64 counties. In terms of number of tests done per 100,000 in population over the last 2 weeks. When you take out counties that have correctional facilities where they're doing serial testing, we're actually number 2 in the state in terms of number of tests per 100,000 in population. Over the last 2 weeks, we've done over 3,600 tests in Pickens County. So we've been averaging about 260 a day. We do still have unused capacity out there for testing, so we encourage people to get tested. Especially if they suspect that they've had any contacts or have any symptoms, cold or flu-like at all, to stay home and get a test. And as we've talked about before, the state support of testing in Pickens County is continuing through March. And one of our bigger concerns, of course, is that our positivity rate, even though we're doing this much testing, continues to stay fairly high. Our target is right around 5%. We've been hanging out right around that 10%. Now we're at 12.3. So vaccinations. Carly, can I turn it over to you to walk us through the next few slides?
Absolutely, I would love to. First off, thank you guys for giving me a job. I hear it's due to you guys that I'm here today, so I'm excited to be part of the team. The big news is kind of where we are right now and sort of going into this week, first week in 2021. Total with Aspen Valley Hospital and Community Health Services, we have administered and received a grand total of 820 vaccines. So that is very exciting. That is a mixed bag between Moderna and Pfizer. AVH received Pfizer before Christmas and did a really large push to vaccinate their crew with that Pfizer vaccine. Since then, we've received mostly Moderna. And then we believe moving forward, that is going to be the vaccine that we can depend most heavily on, which is a little easier for us to distribute. It's easier to store. There isn't as many technical mixing necessities on site at those clinics, which is nice. Phase 1A, regardless of the change that we'll go over on the next slide, we have finished with. And that means that we have at least administered that first dose. Going on into the next 2 weeks, we will be administering the second dose, meaning that sort of that primary point of care for our critical healthcare infrastructure. Think immediate respiratory ward workers, nurses, primary care physicians will be fully immunized, hopefully, by the first couple of weeks in February, which I think is very exciting. Phase B is in the works. This is sort of where I believe that we're seeing a little bit of confusion because this phase is what the state has updated right before New Year's. So the initial phase B, we had gotten very close to finishing. Now that the state has updated their phase requirements, there is quite a few more individuals that fall under that category. So when I mean the first stage of phase B, that means lower risk healthcare workers, our first responders, firefighters, police officers, EMTs, all that kind of crowd. We are hoping, I believe the last count that I saw, we have about 270 individuals left under that sort of broader umbrella to vaccinate, and slowly we're working through that. Going forward, we are now focusing based on CDPHE's guidelines. We are focusing on that 70 years old and up population, which is very exciting and kind of a big shift from the prior guidelines. So that's sort of, if there's a little bit of confusion, I think mostly it's revolved around that. Just based on our pre-registration form, which I'll go over a little bit later, we have over 1,600 individuals above that 70-year-old mark who are already pre-registered to receive the vaccine. This is both very exciting, which means that the pre-registration form is working and people are using it, but it also means that we are looking at an issue between our resident population and our census data, which says we have about 1,000 within that age group. And to see that we are already nearly double that means that we're looking at kind of a bigger and more complex issue going into this process. So, could you switch? Thank you. So this is the new CDPHE guidelines. This was released on the 30th. We were anticipating the state to sort of release updated guidelines. We did not anticipate the very large shift of that 70-year-old population going above our essential workers. Not that it's a bad thing. They are actively working on reducing the negative impacts of COVID-related illnesses in that very high-risk population. It was just a bit of a surprise. So that was the main change. The other big shift is if you look under phase 1, and particularly phase 1B, you see that dotted line just under that people age 70 and older. We are now under explicit instruction that we cannot start to vaccinate individuals who belong below the line or who fall below the line until we finish vaccinating those above it. So that was a big shift when we're looking at our planning and how we were going to organize our clinics. But those are the big updates. So next, please.
I might just add one more thing here. Under phase 2, there was also a change. The initial draft that was distributed to local public health agencies had this at, I believe, 64 to 69 in phase 2, and then phase 3 being adjusted. They adjusted that to 60 to 69. I know some of you got questions about that. Our intent is to follow the state prioritization. So there you go.
Well, thank you for that. As some of you may or may not know, I know that public health.
Kelly?
Oh, Carly. Was it a question? We're good?
Carly, he's calling on me because I have a question for you.
I'm so sorry. I can't see.
Yeah, no problem. Nice to meet you. Welcome aboard, and thanks for joining the team. My question is with regards to the above the line, below the line. I just want to clarify something, I guess. So let me pare it back. What I think I've heard is that everyone in the state who is above the age of 70 should be vaccinated before any county is allowed to move to like frontline educators or anyone below the line, I should say.
Yes, that is our running understanding. I believe we are also looking at the counties are, we're working in partnership with Eagle and Garfield to look at those priorities within those essential workers. But yes, that is sort of when we were looking at planning ahead into that future vaccination phases, we were hoping to be able to stagger both into that group. Now we have to focus on those 70 plus.
And then just to follow up again, so based on what you just said, I guess I could, there's been a lot of inequity in this response, right? Sort of due to circumstances out of our control, and that's a struggle for us to try to communicate with our community and try to really be fair to everybody. So when you say that you're coordinating with Eagle and Garfield, I guess I could see a situation where like a teacher who lives in Garfield County but works in the Aspen School District or something is being vaccinated at a different time than the Pickens County teachers who work in Aspen, school district. So, that's just sort of one example of where I could see some misalignment, and I don't know what you guys are thinking about in terms of that.
So we are actively going forward. So regardless, the idea is obviously once we cross that threshold, that dotted line, so to speak, that is very much sort of where things certainly get a little bit more complicated. And so we have regional calls and tri-county calls with Garfield and Eagle to try to align that. That being said, I certainly won't promise that it will be perfect. What I can say for a lot of those essential businesses or essential workers, depending on what level you're looking at. So for your example, the Aspen School District, we actually have a closed pod agreement with them, meaning that as soon as we can move into that priority level, especially when we're looking at really wanting and trying to keep those kids in school, I know that will be part of those discussions when we're looking at that prioritization. That closed pod agreement means that they are working with Pickens County Public Health to actually move vaccine clinics to their location and making sure that we are hitting that demographic and that target group right off the bat, or about as off the bat as we can, say that we can do. And so they have actually agreed with Pickens County Public Health to that closed pod agreement, meaning that we are working with them to get their entire staff, working especially with the kids and the teachers and educators, done pretty quickly with the asterisks.
Question from Francie.
Yeah, it's very similar to Kelly's question, just for some clarification. So we get through our 1,600 or however many people over 70 we actually have in Pickens County, but then we have to just stop and wait until the 3 million people over 70 on the Front Range all get vaccinated. Is that what you said?
Yep. And that is based on CDPHE guidelines. Right now, we are looking at, it's really, vaccines are hard to come by, is ultimately what we're looking at, quite frankly. And so when we're looking at our allocation, just for reference, between Aspen Valley Hospital and Pickens County Public Health and CHS, we requested 1,800 doses this week. We were only allotted 200. The reason for that, I believe, and this is, we're seeking clarification. We want to make sure that, obviously, hoping that that allocation changes and increases over time. But my belief is that with that change in those guidelines, they were redirecting quite a few of those vaccines to those higher density older populations, predominantly on the Front Range, predominantly, scattered throughout the state. And hopefully going forward, our allocation adjusts to match sort of our population. And so the goal for CDPHE is trying to align all of those counties and their populations so that hopefully within those timelines, we all cross that dotted line at least relatively the same time. But again, that's at the state level. I don't have access to how they're deciding what, if that makes sense.
So it's kind of like a golf handicap. So we're going to be handicapped in the number of vaccinations we get so that we reach the dotted line at the same time. Is that what you're saying?
That is my running assumption, and that is based on communications with CDPHE. We are actually we've already reached out to them about why our requested allocation didn't change, because they did sort of open that door the previous month. We were not allowed to request the number of vaccine that we wanted. They sort of just gave us what we were allowed, so to speak. So we are going to talk to CDPHE because a big thing, back to sort of Kelly's point on equity, is that our census data says that we have 1,000 individuals above that 70 age group. And what we're seeing is that we clearly have quite a few more who are at least in Pickens County at this time as either long-term renters or second homeowners. And quite frankly, those individuals are part of our community, and from a public health standpoint, it is important that we get them vaccinated, but our allocation has to change to reflect that increase in population. So we are working with the state to try to adjust those numbers and sort of adjust their understanding of what resort town populations really look like during this time of year. So
it must be really frustrating.
And it may cut the other direction for us ultimately, because we're probably going to have the populations with unmet need because we're being measured by census and not projections about who is actually here. So it's going to be interesting to see how this all plays out for sure. But it is something we're going to need to stay on top of and in touch with CDPHE and the state on.
So I have a couple of questions. One, if a person refuses the vaccine, which there probably will be a fairly large percentage. So say someone 70 years older or older refuses a vaccine, are they counted as having been vaccinated on this metric here? They were offered the vaccine, they refused it.
So the way that we're going through looking at it right now, the way that you're describing it is that vaccine got offered to them without them actively seeking it out. The only area that we'll probably see that potentially occur is in long-term care facilities. To my knowledge, there's no requirement that they need it, but that vaccine would then get reallocated to an individual who did want it. That phase, I believe we've even moved through already. So it's not necessarily that they got counted as being vaccinated. It was that we took that vaccine and gave it to somebody who wanted it. The way that it's going forward with this general population is that they're going through that pre-registration form, which is up on the Pickens County Public Health website under the vaccine section. And ultimately what that is, it's not a way to necessarily get a vaccine. You know, it's not a appointment request. It's not any of that. It is so that Pickens County Public Health can outreach to them because they've expressed explicit interest in receiving the vaccine. When we can know that we have vaccine allocated enough to schedule that appointment for them. So it's not necessarily that we're ticking people off as getting vaccinated or unvaccinated. It is that at some level, it is they are choosing to engage with us. They are actively seeking out the vaccine. We have this master sheet that we're using, and then we use that sheet to contact them when we have that allocation. As far as percentage population goes, again, that's sort of one of those interesting moving targets in a resort community, just based on that fluctuating number. And so for us, we're not necessarily focusing on acquiring X amount of percentage of population. We are currently just looking to get as many vaccines and as many arms in the most equitable and fair way that we can. Does that sort of help answer? I know that was a big answer for a smaller question.
And second question, I have a feeling we are doing a very efficient job of using the vaccine we get, getting it into people's arms, not letting it sit in the refrigeration. And you hear stories around the country of vaccine expiring, large millions of doses sitting there not being used. Is that taken into consideration? If we are being highly efficient and getting it into people's arms, shouldn't we be getting a higher number of doses to get more people vaccinated, because we're doing it better than some other communities where the vaccine's just sitting there and not being used?
I think that goes to speak to, quite frankly, Colorado's way that they are shipping and distributing the vaccine. To my knowledge, and which is certainly not complete, those issues have not explicitly occurred within Colorado, which I think is beneficial. It means that counties across the state are doing what they're supposed to be doing and not necessarily stockpiling that vaccine, but actually utilizing it and working towards getting that to the communities. Where I've read that is happening is in those larger storage facilities at Pfizer and Moderna warehouses, et cetera, which, for better or worse, is just outside of our jurisdiction. We hope that because we are using the vaccine, because we have shown that we are, even though we are a relatively small community, because we are able to efficiently administer those doses, we do hope that going forward, especially looking at these larger populations, that CDPHE will take that into account and know that we are ready to sort of scale that up.
Kelly.
Thanks. Hopefully quickly. Are we relying on any sort of proof of residency? Are we retaining that reliance on the 30, the public health definition of if you've been here 30 days or longer, you become a Pickens County sort of case or, resident for this? Or what is the plan? Is there a plan to sort of screen further?
There is actively, we are working on putting together a full sort of vaccination policy group that is going to be in charge of kind of taking all those stakeholder opinions and thoughts into account moving forward while we're making these policies. For this first 100 doses, when we're looking at just this week, we are going to ask when we send out those appointment reminders or appointment requests, I suppose, that individuals be full-time residents of Pickens County. And that way, again, these 100 doses are not necessarily the end-all be-all. This is not the final form in which our larger scale vaccination clinics are going to look. Going forward, there is concern about requiring identification due to exclusion of some of our essential workers from the Latin community. And so that is something that policy group will have to take into consideration, and how are we going to verify that in an equitable way and doesn't act as a deterrent to certain and very important sections of our community.
Okay, there are no more questions now. You can continue.
All right. I told you we're almost done, at least on the slides that I got. So just back to the pre-registration form, it is up and running. This is sort of our portal that we are trying to push literally everyone through. Anyone who is interested or expressing an interest in getting the vaccine, please go to that pre-registration form. Not only is it how we will contact individuals when we know that we have vaccine in order to allocate to them, but it is also how we are collecting data to be able to go to CDPHE saying that we have X number of people within these populations that are not necessarily reflected in our census data. So that pre-registration form is a really powerful tool. So if in your day-to-day lives, please tell everyone about it. Again, it does not mean that they are next on the list. It does not mean that we have vaccine for them. It is very much just so that we know that when we enter their phase, we can contact them, we have our foot in the door with those individuals, and we can assist them in getting that vaccine appointment. We also have a hotline that is set up. We recognize that not every individual has consistent access to internet or feels comfortable filling out an online form. Senior Services has offered themselves as kind of that human on the other end of the phone line for individuals who don't have consistent internet or don't want to fill that form out themselves. We also have a helpline at Public Health that individuals can call to ask for assistance. Moving forward, we have 2 different clinics set up that have been used right now. AVH has done their own, which is kind of focused on their in-house individuals and partners. And then the ones that we've been operating with Community Health Services. Those are smaller scales, but hopefully kind of reflect what our future hope for large-scale style clinics will look like. The 2 models that, potentially are adopted elsewhere, one of them is provider-based. So in some counties, primary care physicians may have signed agreements directly with the state in order to be able to allocate and administer vaccine. That is a similar, or basically the same agreement that Aspen Valley Hospital entered into. So some communities might be going that route. It doesn't necessarily change their allocation. It just changes how many points will individuals have access to. For us, based on our input from primary care providers and other healthcare workers, they have encouraged us in public health to move towards sort of these larger scale clinic styles, mostly because it allows them to be a little bit more flexible. There was funding concerns from primary care physicians about that. And from an efficiency standpoint, it allows us to direct all the vaccine coming into the community through that registration form as public health being that sort of guiding force. So it's a little bit more streamlined, it's a little bit more efficient. For larger, if we think about Denver, I could see how that gets a little chaotic, but I believe for our community, it is the system that will work best through these targeted vaccination efforts. When we're looking at these community subsets of essential workers and this older population, this allows us to target those individuals instead of sort of opening the floodgates and allowing primary care physicians to sort of make those judgment calls. So that is the direction that we're moving in, and that is with Aspen Valley Hospital and Community Health Services support on sort of the operations of those clinics. We also hope that this allows us to scale so that hopefully in a couple of weeks we receive 1,800 doses. We will be able to kind of expand this model to fit the amount of vaccine that we are receiving. Again, just keeping that streamlined and keeping the vaccine sort of getting into arms. And then I believe we've already talked about vaccine allocation. So.
Okay, question from George.
Yeah, and this might be too early to know, but with the new administration coming in and Biden's commitment to get within the first 100 days, 100 million vaccinations out, it seems like we may be seeing more of a federal program that we've not had up to this time, and have more vaccinations coming through. Any information on that?
I wish I could say yes. And hopefully, when the new administration comes in and when they are adjusting the programs and policies, hopefully we are first to know, because it is sort of a game of catch up at this point, making sure that we're staying on top of kind of the processes and the systems. What we are expecting is a ramp up in that capacity, and we expected that sort of from the get-go. We knew that the vaccine would sort of trickle out in the get-go and then hopefully infinitely grow in order to meet the population demands. If the incoming administration is able to facilitate that and, fast track that process, I welcome it. But unfortunately, we don't have any incoming administration information.
George, I would just add that it has always been our anticipation that once a vaccine was approved, it would take time to scale up. And if you look at the time frames in phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 for the state, they don't have them laid out in weeks. They have them laid out in seasons, kind of in 3-month kind of blocks. And I think what we're going to see is that vaccines are going to become available kind of like testing. In our early days of testing in the whole state, we could do 165 tests a day. In Pickens County, we can probably do between 400 and 500 a day right now at max capacity. And I think we're going to see that same type of ramp up, both as just production is scaled, and then hopefully, one of the areas that I think we could use some support from the federal and through the state on getting the vaccinations delivered. And so, hopefully we'll see some more support coming out that way. But right now, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, we're ready to pretty much deliver any vaccines that we're getting, and we do not have any vaccines sitting on the shelf that we've received.
Yeah, if that sort of helps, like we were prepared. There was a plan in place to administer 1,800 doses this week, and that just didn't come to fruition.
But we do think that that's going to ramp up going into the future.
I remember one time years ago, I think they were calling it the swine flu, but this was probably in the 60s or 70s, I can't remember, where there were people lined up out the door at the Red Brick School in BOCC. And there were probably 100 people in the line, which was probably a quarter of the entire population of BOCC at that time, all got their shots, just one right after the other. So they were able to ramp it up and vaccinate a whole bunch of people really quickly and easily in that instance. And I could see with these large-scale vaccine clinics, that might almost be what we get into here when we get enough vaccine, and almost anybody can come who hasn't been vaccinated. They can come and get their vaccination. And
that is certainly the hope. Sorry, Steve. No, I was saying that is certainly a direction that we want to move in. So right now, while those allocations are smaller and we're doing these incredibly targeted approaches to making sure that the vaccine is getting to sort of our most at-risk populations, the smaller scale works, but we are hoping that in the spring and moving into summer, when we're looking at that entire essential workers population and the general public, we certainly want to be able to do 5,000 a week, So.
Okay, Kelly?
Thanks. Yeah, I'm occasionally cynical. So, is there any risk of extrajudicial, markets for the vaccine as far as, we saw a lot of disparity in who could access PPE, who could access testing, who your connections were, et cetera. So, that's always a risk in this community. And I just wonder, are you seeing that happen anywhere? Do we have to worry about that? Or is this a pretty tightly regulated access to the vaccine?
From just the federal level and sort of how the FDA went through this emergency use authorization process to get vaccine on a pretty short time scale, that is a very tight, closed system. And to speak to sort of why vaccine is sitting on the shelves, not in Aspen and not in Pickens County, but sort of on those larger scale areas, it has to do with how thorough that tracking of those inventories and of those supplies are. And again, I have not seen full foundational support to see that vaccine is going to waste. I hope that's not the case. But it is speaking to how tight that system is. That being said, is there eventually, you're going to see some take-home vaccine kit? I'm sure some eBay thing has already started. That being said, especially during this phase where it is so targeted, I believe that the systems are very tight. The federal government shipments, I know that the initial rollout of the vaccine distribution plan was done through the National Guard and Colorado State Guard. And so this is a very controlled system. We don't want any tampering. We don't want any of that. So I believe going forward, where we may see it is in these stranger third parties, but on this broader scale, I don't see a risk of fraudulent vaccine making its way onto the market, or for the people to be able to pay directly to be able to access it. That might be something that we see at like that phase 3, when we've already had most of the population vaccinated, and then we're moving into that process of sort of standardizing of potential COVID vaccination. And so you might be able to see private providers being able to provide that service for individuals. But until we get through those essential populations and those at-risk groups where it is still maintained by the federal, state, and local public health departments, that will be a very tight, controlled unit.
Steve, I have a question.
Patty,
I just want to go really quick because I pulled up the form while we were talking, the application form, and it says, what is your place of primary employment? Do you mean, like, are you employed in Pickens County or your specific workplace?
It's looking at a specific workplace
Okay.
was the goal. It's not inherently, I think we required it, if I remember correctly, and that has to do with some businesses, especially within that essential workforce, have entered into that closed pod agreement with the county, and we're talking to these potential employers. We're talking to their supervisors, and because we haven't enacted that closed pod system, we want to be able to search through those employers and be like, hey,
great,
we're working with your boss to try to get you back. You know, it was also just to make sure, you know, talking to sector and place of employment.
The other question I've been getting from people too is, even though I'm not in category in A or 1AB, I'm in the next group, can I still submit this application now so you have it on file for when my turn comes up? Yes?
Absolutely.
Okay. The other thing is when you hit submit, which I just did, it doesn't say done, so you can't get out of it. There's no place, so I submitted mine twice just to be sure.
Oh, interesting. That would actually, thank you for saying that, because we were just editing it today.
Yeah.
To be on that back end, once you submit it, it provides you with a confirmation email that has a little bit more information on sort of the next steps. We were also working on Spanish translations, but that may just be a fault of that editing, but let me make sure that I take care of it.
I think it's always important for somebody who's not really technically inclined to give you some user input. And I'm usually come up with, ask Terry over here, I come up with some great user input. So thank you for listening. Now I got to figure out how to get out of it.
Hopefully you'll get the confirmation email though. That's the one that we worked on today, but I will make sure that that gets taken care of.
Thank you.
All right, is there anything more on vaccinations? Any more questions before we move on? And Carlin, thank you so much. You know, Carlin's, I think, another great example of a great individual we've been able to add to the team to help us deal with this crisis. So she's come up to speed very, very quickly. So thanks, Carlin.
No, thank you guys, and thank you for all the work you're doing. I know.
I got my confirmation twice, so I did submit it twice, so I apologize for that. But at least you got it. Thank you.
Not at all. I'm glad it worked. We have redundancies built in to get rid of duplicates. So, all right. Thank you, guys.
Yeah. Actually, Patty, you're going to have to get 4 shots now.
Actually, I think I got 4 confirmations, so you're probably right, John. Oh, well.
So move on, if there's no other questions on vaccinations at this point, to talk a little bit about some of the changes that the state's made. I think most significantly, you can see this is the state map as it exists today. All red counties were moved to orange at midnight yesterday. So a couple things about that. For counties that are applying to 5-star program, this move does not allow those counties to operate at yellow level restrictions unless a county's metrics are actually in the orange level, would qualify them for the orange level. Right now, we still have 8 counties in the state, including Pitkin, that are enforcing stricter public health orders than what is minimally required by the state under the level orange. As we'll talk about in a little bit, the Board of Health is going to be meeting on Thursday to review data and look at the county's public health orders. Before getting into that, though, I know this is jumping around a little bit, but it'll pull together in a second. Also wanted to update the board on coronavirus relief funds. So there's a lot of good news here. One, the spending timeline was extended to the end of 2021. So we had originally had to have all of those dollars committed by December 30th of 2020. They did extend that deadline through 2021. Additionally, counties that did not receive 100% of their funds requested, we had the opportunity to request the additional reimbursement. We went ahead and did that. And so we were originally awarded just over $3.8 million. We had originally asked for just under $4.5 million. So we've put in that request for the full 4.4 again, which is an additional $577,000. The other thing that we learned through DOLA is that our original IGAs with municipalities did not apply to the funds that are awarded, but would be based purely on reimbursable expenses. And so we have been working with our partners, our municipalities, as well as the hospital, to identify any outstanding reimbursable expenses that they have to ensure that between the county and our other partners that we're maximizing the funds that can be reimbursed through the coronavirus relief funds. Overall, basically what this means is that there's more flexibility with those funds to support COVID response and the community with coronavirus relief funds. And that's going to play into a recommendation that I'll give you here in just a second. Of course, hold on, my dog is getting ready to bark. I'm just going to let him out real quick.
Looks like you let him out on the ski slope.
Sorry about that. The pleasures of working at home. So we know that we had some added challenges for our business community. The gas outage, particularly for our Aspen restaurant community, took out some of our potentially busier days. We know that our January bookings are looking significantly lower. I think January and February is going to be a more difficult time with the COVID restrictions and just less travel expected to happen. And while federal aid has been approved, it's going to take some time to be available to the businesses, and we're anticipating a little bit more of a bridge. So looking at these factors, staff would like to propose a change to what we had talked about back on December 16th for use of the CVRF funds. We had originally, this is the allocation, we have started building our consumer protection capacity. It's really coming online this week. Similarly, we have additional case investigation and contact trace capacity that's been coming online. We have hotline support that we brought online. We're working with Aspen Community Foundation. We have a meeting with them next Monday on Aspen to Parachute Business Assistance and Individual Navigator Program. We had set aside some dollars to maybe thread together with private funds for that. We had set up a gap funding pool to be managed in the Human Services Department for nonprofits who weren't necessarily asking for big pools of money, but were looking to be able to draw for special needs. And originally, we had talked about setting up a small business grant program around the 5-star kind of implementation. We think that the community would be better served, given the just additional pressures that we've identified, by doing a more general support to ensure that small businesses, local businesses are better able to be sustainable, whether it be rent or making payroll. And so we're talking about creating a larger grant pool of now $1.3 million. And as I'll talk about in future slides, what we would like to propose is partnering with the Aspen Community Foundation, who had set up a small business grant program earlier in the year, to help us with vetting and distributing funds to small businesses. We've had preliminary discussions with representatives from Aspen Community Foundation. They are open to working with us. They recognize that they had additional expenses to administer the first program. They would ask for reimbursement of actual expenses, additional expenses that they may incur. We think that we can cover that very reasonably with up to 3% of the total amount to be distributed, with reimbursements coming on actual costs. So some of the requirements that we would look at in terms of screening for the small business grants, that the business must have been operating as of January 1st of 2020, open at least 32 weeks a year, and have 25 or less full-time equivalent positions, that the businesses have been and are, that should say, be in compliance with public health orders, so no notice of violations or outstanding warning letters to qualify. The Aspen Community Foundation used a process where they really looked at identifying businesses that were kind of key or core to the community, whether they be locally owned or key in terms of maintaining our employment and lessening the burdens of government. And then the process would have an assessment of the small business's financial situation, including ensuring that the business was viable prior to COVID, identifying the COVID impacts to the business, and then what emergency aid needs would be needed to help the business remain viable. Right now, we're talking about grants up to $10,000 based on demonstrated need. Some would be less, obviously, than that. We think that would fund between 130 and 200 grants, depending on the average amount, and would include ensuring that the businesses are taking advantage of other safety net options, whether that be PPP or whatnot. I'll stop there because I'm seeing hands go up.
Kelly?
Thanks. Yeah. I mean, I've been a proponent of this for months, but the recent conversations were there wasn't interest. They just want to stay open. So we've stayed open. Our case numbers are extraordinary, horribly. And, so I'm wondering what's been the change of heart for this to be a program that now has interest?
Well, I think a couple of things, Kelly. One is seeing the greater flexibility with the CVRF funds so that we have better funding capability. I think especially since the gas outage, we've been hearing from more in the business community about the challenges of staying viable given this time of year. And we've been looking more at data around what we expect to happen. We think the difficult time is really going to hit in January and February. We also talked with our Human Services Department about what they're seeing with underemployment and such right now, which is a indication of business stress too. We are also looking at individual assistance, but I think we saw requests for help really increase, particularly after the gas took out just those couple of busy days.
Okay, and then I just have a couple more things. So there's also the grant that can come through DOLA from the state for small business relief, and I can't remember if that applied to our restaurants, but it most definitely applied to things like gyms, and other like personal services and stuff like that. So have we taken any actions to leverage that application, which I believe interest for that closes this week or next week?
So, Kelly, if I remember, and I may be thinking of a different source, but I do not believe our businesses were qualified for those grants because we did not move into red level restrictions.
Okay, I thought that's what we initially thought, and then we got confirmation that some of them would have qualified. So
only if they had closed down to red level restrictions.
I don't want to leave any money on the table.
Understood.
If we're going to stand up this program. And then I do have a concern that, maybe we should be shifting more dollars towards our disease investigation. We've had huge daily caseloads, like they are behind. I'm not convinced that the number of contacts per case is truly going down, which our numbers have said. It just seems totally to fly on its face that with all the activity happening in town, people are having fewer contacts with other people when they're positive. So, I'm concerned there. And, I just think some consideration might be to just say, even though we continue to sort of put resources there, that it still is not enough to get ahead of the case investigation and contact tracing that we need to.
Yeah, and we can certainly talk to the team more about that. I think they had concerns about their ability to take on too many more people and get them trained too. And so that's how we struck that initial balance point, but we can certainly have that discussion with public health.
Well, then I would finally say that maybe the additional part of the grant requirements, you know, we don't want to make this too burdensome, but not just a notice of, have you been in violation, but you commit to, coordinating and collaborating with public health if they need your help. You know, you turn over your employee rosters and contacts and schedules and all that expeditiously when requested.
Okay. Whoop. So basically, I know there's some more details that we need to work out. I wanted to get some feedback from the board, like Kelly gave, just to make sure the board's, one, comfortable with us pursuing along these lines. The board has made general appropriations of the CVRF funds, but we're incrementally adjusting how we're talking about using those. And so basically what I'd like is, either a thumbs up or not to continue working with the Aspen Community Foundation to put a grant program together to really try and help businesses in this January, February timeframe.
So does anybody have any objections to that?
I have a question, Steve.
Patty?
On that last slide, which I can't see now, it says, no, not that one, the one that said restaurants must be in compliance. Well, be open at least 32 weeks a year. Are we counting that for 2020 when we close them down for how many weeks out of the year? Or they close down, do they get credit for what their normal operating schedule would be versus what we impacted upon them?
Yeah, we'll work that out, babe. I think the intent was to support businesses that are usually open
that
or
really
can
have a
demonstrate
business
that they're
here.
normally
Okay.
open. Yeah.
The other thing too is I know we've been issuing a lot of notices of violations that are just kind of preliminary education. Are those going to count as you can't, you came into compliance, you got a notice of violation that you didn't have your table spaced far enough. We came back in a day later and you had moved your tables around. Then they no longer in violation?
Yeah, for the most part, those have been warning letters,
okay.
Patty, and when there's repeated, we've gone to notice of violation, and we've just had a few closure notices at this point.
All right, just so when people are realizing they were out of compliance and they comply, then we're going to at least get them credit for now following the rules.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, Francie?
Is this only restaurants that are only in the county and not in the city that you're talking about?
No, this would be inclusive of our in municipal and county, and so City of Aspen, I know, did a grant program early on with rent relief up to $14,000. That was followed with Aspen Community Foundation, who had provided grants through the 2020 Relief Fund, as well as other private donors through the foundation. And now this would be a third round of available, but it would be, the intent of this would be for all businesses in Pickens County.
And that's true for your restrictions as well. So when you impose restrictions or you make variances, is that for everything within the county, including it within the municipalities?
That's correct, yeah.
So like Garfield and Glenwood Springs are like not agreeing, and I think Carbondale as well is not necessarily agreeing with Garfield, but for you, Aspen is agreeing with your imposition of certain restrictions.
Yeah, and not only that, in Aspen's case, they have built additional consumer protection staffing to help us enforce and educate on those rules. The town of Snowmass Village gave the coronavirus relief funds back to the county in order to enhance our consumer protection program to educate and enforce in Snowmass. So we've had really good partnership with our municipalities. There have been a couple of cases where, for example, the city of Aspen has implemented its own mask zone, which was not necessarily inconsistent, and they also had implemented a business curfew for a short period of time. Those were two areas where we had different sets of rules, but in general, we've been aligned throughout the whole incident.
That's great.
Okay, we'll move forward and hopefully have something hammered out by next week that we can brief you on. Admin and sheriff's business building closure. Given the numbers I shared with you earlier, and that our incidence rate remains high, we did extend the building closure another 2 weeks through January 18th. That was coordinated with the clerk's office, and then we'll continue to evaluate data. And again, the circumstances were the same. We're having some challenges just with our own staff being symptomatic or having contacts and managing the facilities, and really wanting to ensure that we're managing critical facilities like the jail, and just in the interest of reducing contacts for the public and our employees. So right now we intend to keep operating the building as operated through yesterday, now through January 18th. We'll reevaluate and keep you posted, but right now our data is not, it's been fairly consistent since we made these decisions, and our incidence rate has not been good. And then some next steps. We are still working on a 5-star program. Again, we are a ways off from qualifying for any reduced, any variance to restrictions at this point. We did move the Board of Health meeting to January 7th to get a full 2 weeks of data for the Board of Health to review metrics and any further amendments to the public health order. I would like some guidance, or if there's an opportunity for discussion. I know there's a CCI meeting coming up. There's legislation that's been proposed that commissioners not be allowed to serve on a Board of Health in counties with a population under 100,000. I think the majority of smaller counties, actually the Board of Commissioners still serves as the Board of Health, but I know there's a meeting with CCI and the legislators who are proposing this. We're assuming that our board will want to take a stand, particularly given the structure of our current Board of Health. And then, of course, our vaccine distribution process will continue.
Okay. Steve?
Patty?
Yeah, I've got the bill here in front of me. Kelly or Steve or somebody, who is the Senate, where are they from in the House sponsorship? Kip and Janelle? Are they from big counties that don't understand the difficulty small counties can have? Kelly's got her hand up there to answer my...
Kelly? Yeah, Kelly?
Yeah, I had a chat with CCI yesterday about this because I was curious. I can look up where Janelle is from, but Kip is from Larimer. This would not apply. This is in response to concerns related to the politicization of the response to the pandemic. as well as concerns of how many public health directors and staff have left and been seemingly pushed out of their jobs over the last year during the pandemic, is kind of the basis of concern. You know, I shared the fact that, you know, Pickens County has a community-based Board of Health, and our public health director is still elected to leave. You know, I didn't draw I didn't make any assumptions about those two, how they're connected. I just offered that as like a point of, you could have a community Board of Health and still, you know, not avoid the consequences that I think this bill is hoping to avoid. And that's just my editorial on that. But
Yeah, well, you know, I would,
yeah,
I would have a much different feeling for this if I knew that small counties that are being hit by this were supporting it and saying, oh yeah, we don't need our Board of Commissioners to be, because we've got a plethora of people out there just running and knocking on our doors to be on our Board of Health. I remember when it was difficult to find a public health director because we didn't have the qualified people in our small community. So we went down and we sat with the Board of Health at the state level, or maybe it was even the Board of Nursing. Can't remember. I went down and testified in front of them and gave the thing about, you know, some counties just don't have the luxury of having a multitude of people out there that would qualify under these restrictions. So I think we need to give our 2 cents, or more than 2 cents, on this, and ask, why are you doing this to communities that, you know, don't have the luxury of having, you know, multiple populations to choose from, and show me that these small counties have been running their public health directors out on a rail.
Great.
Yeah, thanks, Patty and Kelly. I know, I think John received the same letter I received from Rachel Richards, who has been following this, and she thinks this legislation was really designed for maybe the more obstinate counties, or that kind of defy the science and defy the public health orders, as we've seen in some counties. And so maybe this just hasn't been constructed very well, and that maybe we can actually make some input. Rachel actually made a suggestion I want to share. She just said, wouldn't it be better to amend the legislation so that, quote, no more than one seat on a Board of Health could be from a Board of County Commissioner, for instance. So the electeds are still represented, but it's not entirely, the 3 county commissioners are the Board of Health, and I think that's what they were trying to avoid. And I really appreciate what she sent us, and I'll share that with you. Thanks.
Yeah, I would agree with that, to allow commissioners to be on it, but to also get healthcare professionals and community members on every board across the state would be a good move. It's worked out for us. It could work out for everybody. Kelly?
Yeah, just a couple comments. Now, I appreciate Rachel's suggestion. That would preserve kind of our structure of our Board of Health, at least. You know, the hazard I see here is not being able to have a good conversation about, you know, what the consequences of a politicized response are. You know, there might be some really good solutions that could come out of it. I'm not sure this is it. I do, you know, have concerns that this train might be heading down the track, and so we risk being able to have more comprehensive conversation and brainstorming about how to get to the solution of the problem. You know, another option could be just strengthening the authorities and protections of public health staff too. You know, there could be greater consequences to attacking them, or, you know, when we've seen this happen to election workers and public health workers over the last year. So that might be a response. You know, giving greater authority to the public health director might be a response to some ideas. And John, I don't know if you're, you know, I'm not sure if anyone on this board had planned to participate in that conversation or participate in that advocacy. So I don't know what you.
Well, that was going to be one of my questions. I think as staff, we're going to sit in on it because it's a fairly significant change to governance structure, somewhat for us, but it's a huge change for other counties. And so at the staff level, particularly if the board did want to take a position on this legislation, I think we were going to have staff sit in on this, either myself or Kara. But of course, if the board doesn't want to take a position, we will find something else to do with our time on that. And then I wasn't sure, Kelly and Steve, if either of you were planning on being on that call.
I'm planning on being on the meeting, and I would definitely push for allowing commissioners to be on the boards, but moving for the changes that we have suggested here. George?
Yeah, I mean, for me, this seems to be really a knee-jerk reaction by whoever is proposing this forward, and it's also, I think, very discriminatory. When we think about some of our neighboring counties, Lake County, for example, I don't even think they even have a county manager. Their county commissioners are actually the head of the road and bridge. I mean, some of these small counties don't have the resources as has been stated, and it's completely discriminatory against smaller counties that don't have the resources or the staffing to be able to provide the basic services. So I think it's a good idea to throw out some other ideas in terms of how to strengthen the public health director and to not be able to politicize, but I'm hoping that in a year from now, this crisis is over and we're just going to be going back to what we originally thought Board of Health would be doing in terms of looking over just overall general health opportunities for the counties.
I'm going to raise my hand, Kelly. Steve's not at the...
Thanks for pointing that out. Patty, go ahead.
Yeah, I think Rachel's suggestion of no more than one voting member of the Board of Health could be a county commissioner. And I think that to me is a good idea. I think that really kind of is a great compromise. And I didn't know if, Greg, you're going to be available on Friday. I am not. Because you're vice chairman of the Board of Health and you're the sitting voting member of the BOCC on that board. So I don't know if you were, because I know you're really interested in this, and I don't know if you wanted to sit in on that meeting and then and with Steve and John and staff, or just the two of you. You guys can fight it out, whoever wants to take the time on Friday. But yeah, I think we need to follow it closely, submit our positive suggestions, and if we're not listened to, then we stand our ground, because I think it flies in the face of communities that are doing the right thing.
Thanks, Patty. Agreed.
So I just read Rachel's comments that Greg had forwarded, and that sounds like the perfect solution to me. It describes what we have here, basically.
Steve, if I could, to the point that George made, in a small county that simply doesn't have the resources we have, they may have trouble finding a doctor or a medical professional. So I know their circumstances will be different from ours. So I really think this legislation doesn't look at the big picture. It's not a very widely designed legislation. So I think we could help improve it, but I'm also sure there are other circumstances that certainly don't apply to us. So I think it'll be an interesting conversation, and I certainly think we should be involved.
Yeah, likewise. Also, I've become acquainted with Emily Brown, who was the public health director in Rio Blanco County, who was fired by the commissioners because they didn't agree with her public health orders. So it was totally a political decision, one of those cases, I think this legislation is aiming to try to prevent that from happening.
Whoops, sorry. I do want to, though, defend your roles a little bit, because you are balancing, you know, it's important to be able to balance multiple community interests. And I think, you know, the purpose of having, you know, representatives, because you're elected to represent multiple interests in balance, sometimes competing interests, those right versus right questions that we like to talk about. And so there is a legitimate role there. And I think, you know, Kelly, to your point, there may be other ways to manage the politicization. I didn't say that right still. You know, that is trying to be managed, so.
Yeah, and I'll just recall, I mean, it was really difficult at the start of the pandemic with regards to the community's desire to, you know, make requests and provide information to people who are accountable to them as elected, and, you know, have that not be the, you know, the most efficient path forward, or be sort of a dead end in some ways too. So, you know, there's a lot of different angles here to look at it from. And as we know, you know, Board of Health decisions rely on resourcing from the county to do that. So, you know, all in all, I think there's a lot of improvements that can be made. I'm just not sure that this gets to them.
Agreed.
Or provide some input or direction for Greg?
Yeah, so we're still working through as staff, to be honest, George, where we're making recommendations. Obviously, you know, we're going to be reviewing the data. Where we left it with the Board of Health last time was, you know, coming back after the holidays and considering whether basically we should move to level red restrictions or not. I think there's been a lot of change that's happened, particularly with the state moving everyone back to orange is a significant change. We still haven't had 2 metrics in that red level, which is what we've been communicating. And so we're working through as staff right now. You know, there's really a couple of paths. Do we try and continue to tighten up what we're doing now? More enforcement on what we're doing now. You know, the case investigation, contact tracing, to your point, Kelly, you know, how do we continue to build that capacity? How do we reduce turnaround times on tests? We've got good volume, but our turnaround times are still kind of an issue. So do we need to focus on doing what we're doing now better, or do we need to change what we're doing? Is going to be, I think, the nature of the discussion. Frankly, so much has changed. You know, like I said, with particularly the CDPHE and the governor's order, puts a really different spin on the policy side. So those are going to be the discussions, I think, going forward.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, John, as you pointed out earlier, that even in a normal winter year, January would be a quieter month regardless. And then even if our Outlook reservations are down even more, January should be pretty quiet in terms of people coming in. I think we need to be more concerned about community spread from our local population. And I looked at, I was watching Snowmass's town meeting last night, and Markey had a similar presentation. But she also pointed out some of the demographics in terms of positivity, and it was, I forget the percentage, maybe you have it, in terms of young people. It was a pretty large percentage, or a surprising percentage of younger people that were testing positive as well.
I think it's still lower. I can pull that up pretty quick here if you give me a second. So,
But I guess one of my points is it should be easier for businesses to follow the current guidelines, especially if there's going to be less people in town.
hold on, I'm trying to figure out how to share this new document here with you.
Well, can we keep going since we're already pushing on 5 o'clock? I know we have more to.
Yeah, that's fine. We can, that positivity rate is on the daily report that goes out.
Yeah, I'm sure the board will be discussing it on Thursday, so.
John, I think I saw the positivity rate for the group, the age group that's most affected now is it in the 30s, right? Either 39 is the average age, or maybe it's even lower. Maybe
yeah, just to be clear, we don't have a 39% positivity rate. I thought
no, it's 39 years old age range. It's hitting younger people now.
Yeah, and I just closed out my report to get it off the screen,
yeah.
So I'd have to pull it back up.
You know, if I could for a minute, one of the things that has come to me is I've had some very upset calls, of course, from parents in the community who saw how the schools would shut down. You know, one kid comes in and has he tests positive, and the school shuts down and goes into quarantine for 2 weeks. But we have an outbreak at a ski area, you know, mountaintop restaurant, and they're back in business a day or two later. And I think that has not gone unnoticed by people in the community who are just saying, what's going on with the schools and the school board? It just seems like we are bending over backwards, and we being our community is bending over backwards to accommodate business, but we're kind of leaving the kids out, you know, and families who don't have schools. And I'm hearing a high level of distress. And so I'm hoping that the Board of Health can have a chat about that, but I realize it requires a conversation with the school board, but somehow we need to, I think we play a role there in trying to bring this around and make sense of it, because I agree, you know, if somebody shows up positive at the school and the whole thing shuts down, like I see an enemy closing up, but the businesses are back in business, you know, before the seats are cold, it seems, and I don't understand that, and so I'm hoping we can get some clarity on that topic. And I'm not advocating that we relax restrictions, but I want to make sure we're doing it sensibly all the way around, and that involves entities that we don't control. So I'll leave that to you, John, to sort out.
So Greg, I will be on the Board of Health meeting with you on Thursday.
Excellent, thanks. And of course, anybody who wants to listen in could. Francie, if you're around and interested, certainly call in, and you can call in as a, you know, in the peanut gallery at least.
So is that something you need an invitation to do, or do I just go on the Pickens County website?
You'll be able to find that on the Pickens County website.
Okay.
So I know we still have one more item in open discussion. So we took a lot more time. We had a lot of, I think, meaty and pithy issues to cover in that update. So appreciate your patience there. I know we wanted to do a Zoom update and open discussion also. I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
I see Terry on.
I don't know if Tracy Truelevel is here to listen to our COVID update, or.
I think it was on the vaccines in particular, Steve, just to make sure we're messaging consistently.
Okay, so Andrew, are you there or have you gone to sleep?
No, I'm still here, don't worry.
And I think, Terry, I don't see Charlotte on, but Terry, maybe you were going to take this one, or were you, Andrew? I don't know who's doing this one. Okay, there you go.
I got it.
Okay, thanks.
And I'll be brief. I know it's running late. I'm familiar with you guys sitting in the room and running out of energy. Basically, I just wanted to get in front of you guys and give you a chance for feedback on features that worked well with Zoom over the past 9 months, 10 months. And knowing that it's going to be a part of our life moving forward, just kind of making sure we're set up for success. So I know Charlotte was in touch about new meeting invites for 2021. Does that sound familiar to everyone? Okay, I'm seeing nods. Essentially, we were just trying to do a clean break and have new numbers moving forward. But I think overall things have run pretty smoothly. We've kind of stumbled through and figured out the right process for public comment. But I did want to get your thoughts on, are there slides we can put up to streamline that, or how we could just improve our service there?
Greg?
Great, thanks, Andrew. And I'm amazed how well we've all, learned how to adapt to the teleconferencing, and certainly your help's essential. So thanks for being there so often. And Charlotte, now that you've popped in, hello to you and thank you as well. The most important thing for me is, of course, 5 minutes before the meeting starts, I'm looking for the correct link. And it's amazing how easy it is to get lost, because sometimes you have to Google or search for panelists, while other times you have to search for exec session. So I'm hoping there's a way to streamline our information feed so that we really have a very clear idea what link we need to get to the exec, what link we need to get to the panel, to the work session, just so that with Board of Health and all these other things, there's this panicked, furious scramble. I know I'm not the only one, and I feel so stupid, but it happens way too often. And I know it's me. It's there. The information's there, but somehow it gets lost. So I'll leave it up to the brain trust you've assembled over there to figure out how to make it easier. But that's my only complaint. Everything else, I'm enjoying this, other than I think more people should have more interesting backgrounds. That's all. Better lighting.
I'll see what I can come up with there, but thank you for the feedback. We'll make sure to come up with something that makes that a little bit easier.
Yeah, and I know that for our agenda meetings on Friday afternoon, we're doing Google Meets on that, but that link is on the county calendar, which is very convenient. You just click on the link on that calendar, and then you get to the meeting. I don't know if we could do the same thing with the Zoom or something easier. I've been in the same boat with Greg, and I'm pretty fast at finding, just searching panelists and finding the right one, but occasionally you click on the wrong panelist link for some other meeting that's already come and gone and is not the recurring link. So we definitely need
and Steve,
Patty.
Steve, to that, I will just say, first of all, I moved sending out the Zoom links from Friday to Monday so they wouldn't get buried in weekend emails. But I can certainly try calendar. If everyone uses their calendar, we can try that and go that way if you like.
Patty?
Yeah, Charlotte, thank you. I just loaded all of the meetings for the year, work sessions, onto my calendar today and into my phone. So all I have to do is go there, click on it, and I get the Zoom link. So I've got that done. So I really appreciate that. Exec sessions, that's easy because you just can pull it up. But I want everyone to know that I have set up a Zoom tutoring class for this Thursday with Melissa, because if Kelly's not here, I have to learn how to run a meeting off a different screen because my iPad won't accommodate all the stuff. So I'm going to have a laptop. And then Northwest COG, I have to run a big meeting for them, and the same thing, I can't do it off my little iPad and I don't have access to anything else. So I'm doing a Zoom tutoring class with Melissa on Thursday. So I'm going to be the wizard of Zoom, so I want you guys to be prepared for me to be totally confused by next week. Thank you.
Yeah, you know, it really helps. When I'm at home, I have an easier time because I have a separate screen here where I can have our packet on the separate screen, and I'm looking at the Zoom call on my laptop, which has the camera on it. And that works really well. But when I'm in the meeting room, all I have is the Zoom call on my laptop. I don't have the packet there, and I finally have weaned myself off of having the paper packet. Partly at George's urging, but it was the pandemic that made it actually happen. So I don't want to go back to the paper packet aside from just printing out the agenda is all I want anymore. So the chairman has you almost need a separate, you need two screens there in the meeting room if you're in our meeting room like you are, Patty.
Yeah, because I don't have access to two screens anywhere, so, yeah, and I don't print out the whole packet, I print out what I need, and then anything else I pull up during the meeting. So Charlotte, I've learned how to print out my own packet on my own, and how to get the Xerox to run on my own. So I always have what I need in front of me and access to my iPad, so. And now you're gonna probably change everything in the next couple weeks to totally confuse all of us, so.
No, we have no major changes planned. We just wanted to hear, you know, the chat, the Q&A, what of those details are beneficial or challenging. Oh, go ahead, Kelly.
So George and then Kelly.
You know, I guess this is just for the board and for John as you're going into this next year. I wonder if, when I was watching the Town of Snowmass Council meeting last night, they are present and they have little clear dividers between their seats and they're spaced apart. And I don't know whether that's something you guys want to consider or not, if you want to get back and meeting together.
We got enough of them sitting out there in the front office, the lobby. We could do that easily, George. It's a good idea.
Kelly?
Yeah, I will say, I think, you know, and this is really a reminder for me, and hopefully Patty will remind me, but just some thoughtfulness about when we have meetings with large public input. You know, I had noticed some people using the chat, and, you know, it's really hard to monitor that for questions that are appropriate and also for dialogue that is inappropriate. That happens there. So, you know, I don't know. I think we need to work through that a little bit better when we do have those big public meetings about whether or not or how or boundaries around use of that by the public, because it is really tough to sort of monitor that. And if people have the expectation to get their question answered, or, you know, and then attendees start chatting among each other, and yeah. So that's just something I want to highlight as unresolved.
Yeah, you're right. It's very distractive too.
Mm-hmm.
Greg?
If I could, I would just say I think the chat has potential to really be useful in helping get questions before the board, but maybe it needs a curator or a moderator who will field them so the chair doesn't feel like they have to try to split their focus between the chat and the screen and what's happening. So maybe it just requires an extra person managing that, and I'm not sure if we have that, but that was going to be my suggestion.
Well, I know during manager chats, you know, just internally we have that, and Andrew, actually, you've been playing that role, I think very well. I don't know if that translates as well into the public meeting setting for you or Terry, but that I know has been really helpful for me. So that if that's something you guys can do, that's helped me out a lot there.
For sure.
John, is that your dog?
I'm sorry, yeah, I'll mute.
It's okay. I just have to beg out. I have to be somewhere at 5:30, guys, so I thought I'd have plenty of time. I apologize. But because I think we're close to wrapping, but thank you.
Thanks, Patty. Kelly?
I was just waving goodbye to Patty.
Kelly, we'll talk, okay? Get ready for next week. We're gonna plot against George.
Fred?
Yeah, I'll be really quick. When I was at the governor's meeting, I noticed that there was somebody who definitely had the chat under control. And I thought it was really, really efficient. And so I would recommend that at our big meetings, we do have somebody that is on top of the chat, because it saves the talking endlessly sort of thing that happens when you don't have chat. And then there was a check-in at the end of the meeting about the chats and a really quick review of the ones that were significant, so that everybody could hear those significant ones, but we didn't have to actually hear all the voices. I thought it was really efficient.
Yeah, and I mean, usually the chat has worked for me. There was a meeting I was in just a week ago where actually the moderator had to shut down the public chat because somebody was bombed. I don't know the word for it. They were bombing the chat with, you know, obscene kind of language and stuff. So they had to just shut down the chat. That was the first time that ever happened, but normally it is a good way to pass some information on. I have one thought. Someone mentioned a white screen thing, which you can do on Zoom. And I don't know anything about the white screen. I've never seen that, but if we could have a class on sort of advanced Zoom meeting information, and maybe it's just a cheat sheet for how to navigate around. I mean, I'm pretty good at the stuff on my screen, but if there are different features that we aren't even familiar with that might be available, I think we should look into those, as long as we're doing so many Zoom meetings. And I mean, some organizations I participate in now, I don't anticipate traveling as much once the pandemic is over. I want to keep doing Zoom meetings and save on transportation. So the more we know about it, the better off we are.
And Steve, I think Charlotte had her hand up. I don't know if you saw.
Yeah, go ahead, Charlotte. I knew someone had, I can't remember who.
So I just, as far as the chat feature, I know that Andrew and Terry are pretty adept at that. And I know with the community meetings that there was just a copy and paste of all Q&As, and Terry had that to the appropriate parties. So I think that's being done, but maybe we just need to make it a little clearer when we start meetings like that, that the chair doesn't have to worry about that, and that will be fielded.
Greg?
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Charlotte. I think that makes sense. I had one other thing I was going to bring forward, but I just emailed it to Charlotte. She can disseminate it. It's just based, you know, that might have helped inform that legislation effort. I wanted to share that with all of you. It's just kind of an interesting op-ed on the history of separation of public health directors and politics. So it might be useful. And there was one other thing I was going to bring up, but I lost it, so I'll shut up now.
Kelly?
Yeah, thanks. No, I appreciate trying to work through this. I think, you know, I think maybe the difference is with the manager chat and the community meetings, it's like it was better anticipated that it should need to be dealt with. And you know, I just know, like, as chair moving into next year, I want to be able to set the expectations if we go into like a big land use hearing about, you know, how the public can participate and what, if they're writing a question in the chat, what their reasonable expectation of response is from us. So, yeah, so let's just keep this on the horizon, and maybe we can, you know, work through how to be clear about what those expectations are. I don't know if we have any big land use. It didn't look like it in our future agenda. But.
It'll come.
If I could, I just remembered what I wanted to add to that, and that was, if we could go back and just look at this last 10 months and see what we've accomplished in the way of, we had a climate action plan. It was front and center for us before the pandemic started, and we still talk about it, and we're still doing things, but I'd love to start quantifying what we've saved in the way of energy and carbon emissions by using teleconferencing. And I know it's a little bit left field here, but I think it would really help us all understand how what we might be doing now and how we're working and meeting might actually have a positive benefit. And I'd love to see it quantified. Maybe Cora could help us with that. The other thing along those same lines is it would really be great if we had an economic analysis of what actually happened over the last 2 weeks in our community, because we had a restaurant and hotel community that were extremely concerned, as they should have been, about losing business. Yet it seemed like we were fairly busy, and it'd be really nice to know just what happened in the last few weeks. And somebody hopefully has that information.
So Greg, that information will probably lag a little bit with like sales tax reporting and such. Will probably be good indicators of what was happening. So we'll get an idea of what happened with lodging taxes as well as restaurant and retail and that sort of thing. So that usually lags about 2 months.
And if we could, while we're at it, we could have a reassessment of whether the affidavit program was effective. And
we're collecting a lot of data on that, and it goes both ways right now, which is what we would expect. I would just, while I've got the mic here, I just want to thank Andrew and Charlotte, and more recently Terry. I mean, we literally made this change overnight to a large degree. We pulled off some huge meetings, literally with hundreds of people in attendance. I know, while not necessarily board meetings, some of our community meetings had over 500 people in attendance. And it's pretty remarkable that we were able to pivot. I didn't even know how to log on to Zoom when we started talking about this stuff. So, a lot of good ideas, but I just want to thank you all for helping us make the pivot, and I think do it pretty darn successfully for the most part over the last 10 months. We had a few adventures in there.
Thanks, John. We certainly did. And I've got a good start at several of the documentation requests you guys had, kind of expectations around features in Zoom. Just been a matter of having the time to get them polished. So it's really helpful to hear what you guys are struggling with and what we could really just explain better. And that'll probably be the next product as far as keeping this process going and streamlining things.
The biggest low point of me for the Zoom meetings was our airport meeting when we were having trouble with the public logging in to do their public comment. There were a lot of meetings where the public didn't know how to raise their hands, or they didn't know how to get on, or they would then they'd be recognized by you, but then we couldn't hear them for whatever reason. Those kind of technical glitches were really frustrating. They haven't happened so much recently, but I think it was really those big airport public input meetings where it was the worst problem.
So I've thought about hosting a Friday morning public meeting for people to try out the technology. Are you seeing that issue often enough in the more recent weeks that you think that would still be worthwhile? Okay.
So, yeah, we could come up with a solution for that. And part of it's public education, because I think a lot of it was user error on their part. They didn't know how to navigate through the system. Other than that, the Zoom worked great. It is hard. Kelly, you have chaired enough of these. Being chairman is more difficult being on Zoom than being in the meeting room, because you have to be tuned into a lot of other things besides, you're trying to listen to the discussion, but then you're also trying to watch everybody on the screen at the same time. And it's a little bit tricky. You keep your eyes glued on the screen the whole time. It's hard to look away because then you miss, somebody raises their hand and you don't see it if you're not watching. So when the chairman is not paying attention and is looking down at a piece of paper or something, the person needs to just pipe up, and everybody's been pretty good at that. But that's an essential part of keeping the meeting moving smoothly. So it's been a long day. We're way over. We went way past what our scheduled agenda was, but we covered a lot of really good ground here today. Does anybody else have anything to add to the Zoom recap and feedback, or any other items for board open discussion? Francie?
I just have a really quick question, probably for John. So I'm supposed to come up tomorrow and get some stuff. So will I be able to get into the building, and what should I do about that? Should I call you, or?
Yeah, so Charlotte, are you going to be in tomorrow?
I am, and Francie, I'll meet you at the front door.
Okay.
I think your meeting is at 11 o'clock.
Okay.
So I will be down in front waiting for you.
Great, thank you.
All right, that's all I've got, Steve. I don't know if there's any other open discussion.
Okay, not seeing any hands be raised. Thank you, everybody, for a good day. Next meeting we have, the Board of Health is on Thursday afternoon. The CCI discussion about the Board of Health representation on Friday afternoon. We'll have an agenda review on Friday afternoon with Kelly. And now it might not be a bad idea to get Patty plugged into that. I don't know if we want to do that this week or George?
And next Tuesday, Kate, courtesy of Kelly.
Chocolate, I'm told.
Thank you.
You must be present to win. Okay, thanks everybody. Thank you, Grassroots, and thanks Terry for hanging in there. Good to see you, Andrew.
All right. Happy New Year, everyone. Good night.
See everybody.
Thanks all.
Goodbye.